Ja? Wir müssen die 38...
Kann ich reden, ja?
Du kannst die Leute nach... Okay. Hello. There are many free places up front, please.
I have to say, it is absolutely amazing to see all of you again, in person, right here in St. Leon Roth. I want to tell you a quick anecdote, a little bit of how we did the planning for this event, because just in January of this year, we sat together and we thought about how should we set this up. Because in the past years, as all of you know, unfortunately, we could not have you in, right? So we did the fully virtual conference, we did the hybrid event, and then we weren't even sure if there would be enough interest, for all of you to even come back to this conference. And then we ultimately said, no, we are going to primarily focus again on having a conference happening on site, where the speakers are here, where all of you can come in. And then within, again, less than 4 hours, all of the tickets were gone. And obviously, this tells us that we did the right thing and we took the right decision. We literally have hundreds of people on the waiting list as well. So that is really, really absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for your support in this regard. We also believe that having a conference like this, it's about human experiences, right? It's about actually meeting, right? It's about meeting over lunch and having some drinks and being in the same room. And so we thought that the motto for today's conference would be connect. So it's all about really getting back in and connecting and seeing each other, and we really, really, really look forward to today. That's also why out there you have today, we have set up games. There's lots of entertainment options out there. Please make use of them. There's a photo booth. So get together again, mingle and have fun today throughout the day. Now, all of this, what you see here today, obviously would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. So I want to take a quick minute to thank our sponsors for the outstanding contributions that they have done again this year to make sure that we have a venue like this, that we can actually feed you throughout the day and have everything that you see on site. So thank you very much. Neptune has a booth upstairs. Please go ahead and visit them. Thank you very much, Neptune, for your outstanding support this year, but also all the other sponsors that are there. Thank you very much. And not to forget anyone, so we have UniOrg as well. Thank you very much. We have Amista, Alvarez, Comet, JNS Soft. All of you, thank you very much. Your help is truly appreciated by everyone here. So thanks. Maybe we give them a round of applause. Now there's another group of people obviously we have to thank, because when I walked in this morning and look at the stage, look at the whole setup, the venue I think looks absolutely amazing today. And you cannot imagine how much work goes into setting up an event like this. All of the volunteers, the event staff, the organization staff, the folks who decorated the venue. We did 500 balloons yesterday at least, and hours and hours of decorations went into the event. So give them a big, big round of applause. They really deserve it. Good. So there's a few more things today for the event. We do have another booth upstairs for the demo kit. We'd like you to give some feedback. Go ahead and visit them. Also throughout lunchtime, there's going to be lunch between noon and 2 p.m. So there's enough time. If there are queues, waiting times, just come a little bit later. There's enough food, and it should be fine if you spread it out a little bit over lunch. Good. With this being said, let's have a great day all together. There's also going to be an evening event. Don't forget that. So we are all looking forward to seeing you. Now, thanks to the speakers, we'll have an awesome lineup today. And we will start this with our keynote. As usual, Stefan Beck, the Chief Product Owner of UI5, and Peter Müssig, Chief Architect, together with some guests and friends from UI5. They will give you a great keynote today. So, to Stefan and Peter, over to you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible, Peter.
Okay. Yeah.
Good.
Welcome, everybody. Have you on site is great. It was really a nice feeling when entering the building today to see so many people here live, right? That was amazing.
Amazing. So really happy, and also thanks to the facility management teams. You know, if you don't know if you see that, we could walk the nearly red carpet. It's like in a festival in Cannes. So perfectly done, even UI5
Maybe
branded.
the Flocati.
So
yeah.
Good. We have a packed agenda, as you can imagine, today, and therefore we directly jump in. So we start in talking about innovations, achievements that we have done since the last UI5con. And basically, to prepare that, I was upfront looking a bit into our Jiras, and I saw that we have in the high-level Jiras 900 backlog items solved. I looked what are user stories, what are really features, and so we can roughly say we have 30 innovations per month. That means 1 innovation per day. And now, if we want to present innovations, you know, we can only handle the tip of the iceberg here in this keynote. Therefore, please make use of our What's New section in the demo kit. Please also watch our communications so that you do not miss anything important for you that will help you going forward. Let's now look into the parts that we will regard, let's say, in details here. We start in the programming model area, and there's one topic that we would like to talk about, MDC, MDC controls, metadata-driven controls. Basically, let's start what are metadata-driven controls. If you go back with me a few years, we had the smart controls, the OData v2 smart controls, and we had OData v2. Then we basically realized, okay, or saw there's, or even pushed that there's an OData v4 protocol improvement, and then we tried to bring OData v4 into the existing smart controls. And you know the result, this was not possible. The logic, the smart logic, and the protocol logic were too mixed, basically, and we decided to go a different route. And basically, the MDC controls, the metadata-driven controls, are the bug fix for this architecture and are the improvement, so to speak. They contain all the smartness without the protocol parts. And the protocol-specific part is now added by Fiori elements in the Fiori elements and the building blocks and the macros, and so we have a nice architecture. And basically, the news is that we have now released these metadata-driven controls with UI5 version 115. It's an open UI5, and it's also part of the documentation, and you can start. There's one tag experimental. That means we hear currently your feedback. If there's something, then speak up, and we can then still fix this before then really making it or to remove the experimental flag. What are the use cases? It's clearly if you have a protocol that is different from OData, then smart controls are, metadata-driven controls are the ideal way to go. And also we have use cases even together with OData. For instance, in the SuccessFactors sector, they have some applications that have a heavy customizing that is separate from the data sources, and so they use the metadata-driven controls to apply all these customizing settings to the screen. So this is definitely helpful for the colleagues, and also, I hope, helpful for you. Peter, you are next.
Yeah, as always, you are talking too long. So we know that. So the other part, what we want to talk about today to announce, to have you know that, is the UI5 Tooling v3. So the UI5 Tooling v3 has been released, I think it was in February or so. Yeah, it comes up with very important features. Especially one thing is what we have long awaited, the ES 2022 support. That you can also have modern JavaScript code in your application. It's being built and packaged properly here. The other thing is that the build has been improved from a performance perspective to make it 2 times faster. So overall, this is also a beneficial thing coming with the tooling. The workspaces support allows you to have also, let's say, local dependencies, and you can also work in a better snapshot mode together with that. And we use it especially heavily also internally while doing the development time. And last but not least, and another important thing, if you have developed one of the tooling extensions, you may have noticed that, is that we have now an enhanced extension API, which simplifies also development of tooling extensions such as middlewares or tasks. With that, I hand over back to you.
Good. Just to mention, the last 10 times it was Peter who took over time. Let's continue. So we worked on the Google Workspace integration. This is available on the ABAP Cloud Stack and on the ABAP Stack. And basically, the focus, this was overall SAP project together with Google, and the focus that we had in UI5 was basically that we do the table export, the worksheet export together with Google. So basically, you can see the green button on the right-hand side. If Google Workspaces are configured, the table export offers this capability to export to Google. Then you also see the adjusted export to dialog. And here, the green part is, you can also see Google Workspaces. I have to gray out some parts for security, privacy reasons, so it's not a bug. And basically, this allows you now at companies who use Google Workspaces to connect also our software directly with Google.
Yeah, then let's take a look into the next section, rendering and controls. So one topic which is not so obvious still here in the UI5con is the web components topic. And that's why I want to mention it here explicitly also in the keynote. We have also later on a workshop after the keynote on that. So, but in the area of web components, also a lot of things have happened. And we are still on the way to prepare that, to make that the default thing, how to write new controls. So the TypeScript support is also one of the things what we have done. So new web components, you can write them in TypeScript. You can benefit from code completion, all the development experience features you get from that. It comes also with a simplified metadata API, since we noticed that it was very complicated on the one hand side to do it today, and we come up with an annotation way of doing that, and that's also part of the latest features we developed around that. And for sure, micro-frontends are always a topic when it comes to integration scenarios. Here, we also prepared the web components that they come with a no-conflict mode, that they work together in multiple versions on the same screen, to be able to provide proper rendering of different micro-frontends with different versions of the web components. And last but not least, we are continuing to foster the web components as part of OpenUI5 and SAP UI5 to really make that ready to be usable in the future as the standard of the controls. With that, back to you.
Good, thanks, Peter. Now we talk about the Horizon theme update and also a design system update that we are currently working at. So basically, we received feedback that user experience is still not ideal. We also, as SAP, received the feedback that the consistency of our product is not as it should be. And also, there are new challenges like artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and whatever is around that also needs answers by the design. So the good news is we have taken up this challenge. So we are working for SAP UI5 and for UI5 web components on this kind of design improvements. The most visible and visual part is obviously the theme. You can see our Horizon theme. There's a new coloring, typography, iconography. So there's a lot of new things around. Also interaction design improvements. We will release them, as I said, around TechEd, that means November or the Q4 2023. And this will really help you to get a better user experience. And it's also good news for us all because SAP UI5 and UI5 web components are the central pieces to achieve this UX consistency within SAP. So also we internally, we even get also new stakeholders, new products on our shoulders, and it is good news, I would say, for all of us. Now, not handing back to Peter this time, we have other topic that is very important, and this is TypeScript, and there's only one person who can talk about best about it. That's Mr. OpenUI5. Welcome, Andreas Kunz, on stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, in the TypeScript world, there has been a lot of changes. Actually, can you fast forward one slide? There has been a lot of changes and improvements in the TypeScript support of UI5. So let me just quickly scroll through the release notes of the UI5 type definitions just to give you a hint of what has been happening in the recent months. A lot of stuff, and on top of that, not even mentioned here, all the teams went through their APIs to make sure that they are as precise as possible. They literally did, I think, hundreds of changes to all the APIs to make sure that not just object is returned, but an object with properties ABC that have certain types and so on. So this would then help the TypeScript developers or the developers using TypeScript to have the best possible support. And also via GitHub, we had a lot of feedback and improvement suggestions. And this was all incorporated. So lots of changes. One thing that did not change is that the fastest way or the easiest way to get started is just install Yeoman and EasyUI5 as template generators and say, yo, EasyUI5 TS app. So this app template, this TypeScript template, is the easiest way to get started with a full TypeScript setup. And I'm sure it will come up in a second. Yeoman always takes a while to load the template. Here it is. This template inside has, of course, been changed a lot and improved. So you just say yes, 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 yes here. Yes, I'm not Peter, but yes. And now the setup is already done. So it does the npm install right now, which is pretty fast. And then you just open VS Code in this folder, and you have the complete TypeScript setup ready here to disposal. So what is new in here? For example, in the previous UI5con, we showed that there's a source folder with all the TypeScript sources, and then there's a Babel transpiler configuration with 2 plugins that you had to configure, which would then transpile it to the web app folder, and the UI5 tooling would then from there serve it or build it. And this has been simplified a lot. There's no such source folder anymore. It's just all in the web app folder, the TypeScript sources right away. And inside the UI5 tooling, there's this tooling transpile plugin, which takes care of all the stuff behind the scenes. So the transpilation is happening on the fly, no configuration. Of course, in the TS-config, you can influence what the TypeScript compiler does. But it's just in the web app folder, you have the TypeScript sources. Another thing is you see here some Karma configuration. So the testing was missing, actually, last year. And so far, because the OPA APIs are not exactly well suited to a typed world. They are a bit, well, interesting. And we have worked a bit on them, and we have come to a proposal, to a suggestion how to write tests. So with this setup here, you can just write npm test. And you have linting and the integration tests, with OPA, the unit tests. And this is something Peter has to fix.
If anyone knows how to fix that, please, after the keynote, you can come to me.
So this
bothers me since weeks.
This is about opening the hidden Chrome in which the tests are run. So this is some stuff around that. All right, so inside the test folder now you have really the setup for the OPA tests with the pages and journeys. And this is now all TypeScript code, fully typed, and that I can tell you it makes it much easier to write OPA tests. And once the test has finished, you can look up the coverage nicely here. In the HTML report, for example, you can, where it is, the index HTML, open it in your browser, and then you see the test coverage, and you really see the TypeScript sources here, how often every line has been executed and so on. So all nicely integrated, all nicely set up here. Talking about the transpilation, also in the past there was a third-party plugin from an external developer, Ryan Murphy, who had written a very central piece, and he has handed this over to the UI5 community, I think in March. So now the entire build pipeline is also, so to say, in our hands, and we can improve it, which we have already done. So that's also great news. So I would say overall, lots of stuff that has happened. And we are not stopping here. We are, of course, continuing to improve the type definitions of UI5. We have recently added full support for typed events. We are working on, or we have already provided for control libraries, that the DTS files describing these libraries are produced, so the consumers can work with them like with the UI5 libraries. And we are not stopping here, but still we are saying now, okay, this has been so many improvements. We are really feeling confident to now announce that with the upcoming version 116, the type definitions are no longer in experimental beta state, but ready for productive use. And Stefan, I think this also means something for the UI5 development at SAP itself, right?
Sure, Andreas. So we have a strong demand from inside of SAP to build applications with new application using TypeScript. For instance, S4HANA Cloud team wants to embrace that and going forward only develop with TypeScript. We have already smaller products already betting on TypeScript, so we are also good to go to follow that best practice, and so far we have really happy users. So there and do it. Good. Now a very interesting topic.
Yeah.
I'm really keen to see what is coming, Peter.
Me too, and I hope it works. So the next topic is in the area of the modular core, and you remember maybe the last year when I said, yeah, well, we have not much to say to show to you, and let's wait for the UI5con next year to give you more details about that. And this is the bootstrap evolution. So how to make UI5 faster. And let me first explain it briefly. And in the bootstrap evolution, I think that's the picture I showed also the last year. It's about that we change the way how UI5 is working, that it only loads what is really needed, to grow as we go. It's also the thing that we're switching to async. That's also what we do since a couple of years now to provide new APIs for the synchronous APIs as alternatives. We want to make it possible for you to faster access the DOM to do something already up front when loading an application. The flush of unstyled content, the FUC, this should be also something which is history, and that's also part of the bootstrap evolution to make that possible. And last but not least, the UI5 tooling support to make it possible easily for you to build really such a specific bootstrap. And in order to show that, I have a special guest from the core team. It's Jan Mummenthaler, and I would like to welcome you on stage to show to us what has happened here.
Okay, we worked quite hard to improve startup performance for a while. So let's look into what we achieved so far. So we built a nice little application for you. It's a to-do application. It's based on, you're using components, XML views. The controls are based on our web components library. So it's a lightweight little application. And we built two flavors. One is using the old existing Bootstrap you all know, and one using our new Bootstrap that's already in the snapshot. So if somebody wants to try it afterwards. So let's start with lighthouse measurement. Well, that's what we normally do to check if we can improve or how can we improve our performance. We do so. Normally we do the measurement in a mobile. So Lighthouse simulates a mobile device with CPU throttling as well as network throttling. So what we get isn't too exciting. We get only 61 points. As you can see,
It's above 50.
yeah, it's above 50. Yeah, it's at least not red, so it's yellow. Yeah, but still some red numbers beneath. So yeah, we need a long time to interact with DOM, and it takes a long time to get ready for the application. It's about 7 seconds, so it's not really fast. So if you look at the network trace, what you can see here, it's a big footprint. So you need 1 or 2 megabytes zipped, and unzipped it's 4 something. Can't read it. Don't have my glasses with me. Yeah, so it's a huge application. It looks cool request-wise, so not too many requests, but all huge blobs. So we need to load the complete core library. The Bootstrap isn't really small. Then we need to load component resources and all this stuff, and we do that almost in a sequential manner. So loading Bootstrap, then library, then component, then we can create application, and so on and so on. So now let's come to the new approach we provide.
Take a look into the network trace already.
Exactly. And the first thing you should mention, or I should mention, is we reduce the footprint a lot. So it's only 500K, and it's 2 megabyte unzipped. So it's more than half better, don't know. It's really cool. And as you can see, it's a small new Bootstrap script, SAP UI boot. It's only 30K. And then we do not load the complete core library. We try to split it up into smaller pieces and load it only when we need it. And grow as we go, like Peter told. And we try to load all things in parallel, not in a sequential manner. So now let's do Lighthouse and check if this worked out.
So now where are the drum rolls? Keep fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh.
Isn't that amazing? It worked, Jan.
Yeah, cool. As you can see, it's getting much more better. We can interact with DOM really early, and we get to 3.5 seconds. Still yellow, but I think we can get to a green score here as well in the future. So everything improved a lot. That's more or less it for my demo part. I have one more slide for you. Okay, that's what I showed you, yeah, the application using the WebC and the web components, and we also did a measurement using M controls, but it's harder to adapt. We need to adapt some controls to new APIs. It's not yet fully done, but we also could improve a lot here. So it's not green, it's not a 91, but it's at least an 80, and if we make the same things we did in the core, in the M library, we could also come to a green score in the future.
It's mainly, as you said, it's the cleanup of the controls, which we need to, we need to reduce the dependencies in the controls that they don't pull too much. And then we also are able to reduce the footprint of the SAP M library. And yeah, as you have seen, this is mainly also for a standalone application. So in the FLP scenarios, this would not help. But we have also something in mind for the FLP scenarios. It's called library chunks, which we will also tackle after this UI5con to improve the performance in the same way also for the FLP or Fiori Launchpad scenarios.
Good.
Last comment, Jan, as you said, the feature is experimentally available since 116 then. So, or 117 roughly, the red one.
Yeah,
but we
try
will
it
also
out, use it,
yeah,
give us
we will
feedback.
create a blog post for you, and then you can try
Thanks.
that. Thank you, Jan. So let's go to the next topic, Stefan. You said something last year, legacy free, and
Yes.
people thought something about that.
Yep. Good.
You said
Basically, you might remember the slide from last year. As Peter said, I was explaining how we basically went over the history, how we innovated, how we managed to go to this different innovation cycles, and then we said, okay, we are now somehow a bit stuck. We are in a kind of an innovator's dilemma, and we introduced the term legacy-free UI5. And as Peter said, you gave us feedback. Also, we read the fine print in our API contract and also said, okay, maybe this is not completely correct what we try to do, and therefore I'm now proud to on stage use really the term UI5 version 2.0, what is about to come. Good. Many journeys have to continue here, also the performance journey, obviously, as indicated by Peter, but we have the ideal candidate here to talk about that, the APO of the core area and the tech leader of our 2.0 project. Welcome on stage, Jens Idl.
So, what is the UI5 2.0 about? So, it's mainly to make the lives easier, to make it easier to handle for you and also for us, the innovator's dilemma, to be able to easier evaluate the framework. And what we've done is, or what we do is, to remove everything which is not required for best practices ideally. We will not make it because there are lots of applications around which we cannot just switch off. But at least for the new applications, they should concentrate on the best practices. And the first thing is we have removed deprecated libraries. So that's the SAP Commons, the SAP UI suite. Don't mix this up with the SAP Suite UI libraries, which are from the SAP UI5. And then we also removed the SAP UI UX3 library. And the boxes are at scale, so you see it's around 8%. It's not that much, but what's more interesting and more important is that it makes maintenance easier and to leave out the old stuff. And by the way, the comparison, that's against the classic OpenUI5. Yeah, that's the runtime resources without web components, and it's the preloads, the messages for one language, for the English locale, and the Horizon themes. The second thing, that's removing deprecated code. And here, most important, synchronous JavaScript loading is removed, and also the globals. Why? Because this is actually always a breach of strict content security policy, and it makes the framework more heavy because you have to provide synchronous and asynchronous flows in parallel, and leaving out the synchronous flows, it makes it much easier. The second thing is outdated alternative APIs. They clutter the API documentation, make it harder to use UI5, and by leaving it out, the framework gets lighter. And reasons are, for example, the refactoring, for example, for the UI5 evolution, and also for this evolution of the bootstrap. And then finally, as a quality thing, we have that the code cannot no longer use outdated, deprecated code because it's gone. And at the moment, yeah, you need to take care that this doesn't happen, and in future, it is automatically correct. So then let's look how it works in action. So we have already a UI5 SDK. It's generated each day from the development sources. Yeah, so that's it. And there is in the documentation, okay, it's a UI5 2 version, but still it has the same content as the 1 version. But what is up to date? That's the API reference. Yeah, you can browse through it. It's automatically updated because it's JSDoc. Yeah, it's from the source code generated. And you have in here the samples, which many of them are already working. Yeah. And now I picked one, it seems, that does not work.
So it's also true. Some of them doesn't work or don't work yet.
But some of them actually work. Okay. So, what's that?
Yeah, it's yeah, okay.
And now the question for you, the most interesting one most probably is, what do you need to do for your applications to run with UI5 2.0? And if those applications follow the best practices of the next long-term maintenance version, then the answer is you have to do nothing. It's running out of the box. And for verifying this, I looked a bit around for some applications, and I found 2 in the area of the... Oh, Stefan.
Oh,
sorry.
It's recorded.
I found 2 in the area of footprint management. One is running locally. It required no changes at all. And the other one, and that's the one I want to show, and you see there's some security in between. It required one change because it used an enumeration value referring to the enumeration directly instead of the library. That's actually fixed meanwhile. Yeah, now let's check here. If you look about, yeah, we see this is 114. And if I now open the developer tools, sorry.
You can just move it to the right.
I just move it to the right. And then I reload. And check again. Then you see it's the version 2.0 snapshot, of course, because it's only available internally. And you can here, you see there are standard controls like the search field, like buttons, layout controls, also some micro charts. And now let's see also something in action. So the application is about sustainability metrics. So the other application I mentioned, there you can define such metric. And here you can specify what metrics you want to follow and what are your goals. And you can see here with the graphs where you are with your goals. And now let's just, for demo purposes, let me try to add the total gross emissions. And we want on 2030, we want to reach actually 10 tons. And then we say add. Ah, that's bad. So this is the XSRF token issue. But what would have happened is that it shows in this list, and you can also search in the list. Sorry for the security hassles here. Yeah, and then with that, that's it about UI5 2.0. But then still, I wonder, Stefan? Ah, and
that's
sorry.
That was something missing. Sorry.
And why is there still legacy free on the slide?
Yeah, Jens, good point. So let's fix that. Good. You see there's still some work to be done. Basically, from SAP UI5 product perspective, you can roughly expect it in the second quarter next year. And for OpenUI5, around end of this year, beginning of next year, should be realistic. And as said, you have now seen, some figures up front that we removed 16% of the code, and you know that rule, 80% costs 20% of the effort, and 20% costs often 80% of the effort. It's maybe not that extreme, but for us, this removal is more tremendous as it sounds from the pure figuring, from the pure figures. So, Peter, let's look into key takeaways. We are close to the end, exactly. You have heard that what's new is your friend, to not miss any innovation.
Yeah, use the tooling 3.0.
There's a new Horizon theme coming and an update of the overall design.
Yeah, the productive usage of TypeScript is finally available for us.
And please get ready for UI5 2.0. Prepare your applications that they can continue running.
Yeah, new UI elements will be developed as web components in the future. That's why we are preparing the whole thing for that. And we also work on this better Bootstrap performance, which we will soon make available also in first releases. And then you can look into blog posts to try it out by yourself.
And the centerpiece is UI5 version 1.120. You get all these features that we mentioned, and it's the ideal release to jump over to UI5 version 2. Now.
So it's a wrap, or?
No.
No?
No.
Ah, one box.
We missed one box, Peter. You slept? Did you sleep?
I think I missed it. It was last night, yeah. So for sure there needs to be one topic.
Wrong.
You are too fast.
I'm too fast, Peter, yes.
Yeah, but now it's there already. You can go back. We have
ChatGPT,
by the way.
You know, we thought.
We have also ChatGPT.
Here we should be. Hey, we thought, hey, in 2023 there cannot be any keynote without ChatGPT,
For
Peter.
Sure.
So
yeah, that's why we want to show you a live demo, because we asked ChatGPT one thing, yeah. That's because, yeah, we don't have something really there. You just can go ahead, yeah, or I do it here. So, because we asked ChatGPT one thing, what should I do at UI5con today? And guess what? Takes a bit. At UI5con, attendees can expect a variety of activities, including keynote speeches, technical sessions, workshops, panel discussions, and networking opportunities. The conference aims to provide a platform for learning, collaboration, networking within the UI5 community. And now seriously, Stefan, you want to say a bit about that, right? No, too fast.
You are too fast.
You spoil. You spoil. Now you say what happened seriously. So you haven't seen that now.
Okay. Good, we did a
Nervous.
super preparation. Good. You see. Good. No, seriously. So we will take ChatGPT very serious in product development. It will have impact on how we work and on how we develop and how our software will work. So we do also research. We, at our own developer conference, just showed a demo where ChatGPT was able to create a CAP service with UI5 Fiori Elements application on top, fully automatically. So this is one direction. You can also find videos by the open source community outside who have achieved this. So there's more to come, and you will see also a real demo soon, I can promise you that.
Yeah, and now ChatGPT is still thinking. That was my gag, by the way, at the end. Yeah, now it's up to you. Follow the motto: learn, explore, and connect. And with that, I think it's a wrap. It's okay.
Good, now, as ChatGPT said, learn, explore, connect, and don't forget to have fun. Enjoy the day. And now, yeah, we close.
Thank you. See you.
Also, Jungs.
Ja, das habe ich vergessen zu sagen. Also, wenn ich
Hello everyone, welcome to UI5con. My name is Janina, I'm your moderator for this morning here in the AUDIMAX. I have the speakers here to my right. Also greetings to the live stream, the audience online. The chat is enabled, so please let me know where you're dialing in from. So we already heard the keynote this morning, and I can tell you that this AUDIMAX, I've never seen it this full. So we have a lot of people here on site joining in. And now you're here to listen to develop SAP Fiori apps in TypeScript using SAP Fiori tools. And we have invited two speakers. So we have Tobias Queck, he is Chief Architect, SAP UX Engineering, and we have Marius Freitag, Development Architect for SAP Fiori Elements. So please give a warm welcome to Tobias and Marius.
Thank you and good morning to everyone. I hope you guys are as excited and energized as I am after hearing the keynote. There were quite a few things that really gave me goosebumps. It might also have been the air condition, I don't know exactly yet. But one thing especially I was really happy about, so thank you my dear friends at UI5, thank you Frederick and your whole team. Finally, they removed the experimental flag from TypeScript. So TypeScript is a first-class citizen of UI5, and that's what we want to show you today. So today's session is about developing the Fiori user experience using TypeScript. As Janina said, my name is Tobias Queck, and I'm here with my friend Marius. Our session today will be split in 3 parts. First, we'll give you a quick refresher on what is Fiori Elements, what's Fiori Tools. If you guys know it already, I don't mind if you close your eyes for a second. If you don't, please listen carefully. It's really important. Then we talk a little bit about what's new, and similar to what Stefan said this morning, there are so many new things that happen, so we have to focus on a few, and we decided to talk a little bit about the open source area, what we did there, a little bit about TypeScript, and a little bit about FPM. The rest, if you want to know more, there are so many experts here from the Fiori tools, from Fiori Elements. Just grab one and talk to them. If you don't know who they are, grab me and I'll introduce you to someone. After me talking for quite some time, I'll hand over to Marius, and he will actually show you everything live and in action so that you see that the things that I'm talking about and I'm promising are actually real. OK, with that, let's start with a quick refresher. What is SAP Fiori Elements? SAP Fiori Elements is SAP's recommended framework to implement the SAP Fiori user experience. What does that mean? So we build a framework on top of UI5 that is metadata driven. So we take metadata and annotation coming from backend services exposed through OData. And then we build floor plans on top. Floor plans are the most common structures, page types that we saw in SAP's applications, and connected them to the metadata so that you can, out of the box, generate your application. And what we have learned or have seen in SAP in the last years is that we can actually cover more than 80% of all the newly built applications. So with Fiori Elements, we can cover a lot of the work that you've had to do handishly in the past just by using these standardized page types and metadata coming from the backend. The main pattern you see in most applications is a list report object page. Typical pattern, you have something where you filter data, then you see it in a list or table, then you select something and you go to an object-specific page that gives you all the details you need about. For that one, we have also 2 variances of. We have one which is called the analytical list page. There we add some charts to it that you can use to do selections, or the work list where you get pre-selected filter configuration that help you to do your work faster. In addition to that, we also have a rather new floor plan. New is relative. I think this one is also more than a year old by now. That allows you to build something like a form page where you can just enter data that's then stored in your backend, you're done, and you move on. And the last pattern we have, or the last page type we have, is the overview page. And the overview page helps you to structure content for one specific context or area on one application, and then get the most important information at your fingertips, but also navigate quickly into where you need to do your work. As I mentioned, we at SAP, we cover 80%, at least 80% of the applications with Fiori Elements. But sometimes the standard doesn't cover everything, so you need to break out a little, you need to do a little bit of freestyle or custom development. And to make that easier for you, we have decided to introduce something we call the flexible programming model. The flexible programming model helps you when you get stuck with the existing floor plan. Imagine, for example, you have the list report and you need some custom column in there. So in your table, you need a custom column that's not metadata driven, that is really special for your use case where you need to do some programming. So we allow you to add a custom column, or you need a custom field, a custom action, or maybe a full section in your object page or on your list report where you have your custom content. And custom content can mean everything here again. You could have something like a completely freestyle developed UI5 fragment, or you can also use our building blocks. Building blocks are the parts of the Fiori Elements floor plan that we just put together like little Lego bricks for the floor plans. But if you need one of them, you can also use them in your custom section, for example. Like you can move the table in there, or you can take the filtering, or the form fields. All these kind of things you can then put together. And if even these custom section, custom actions, so on don't help you, but you need a fully freestyle page, sure, take our custom page, use our building blocks, or use whatever you want. You can still nicely integrate it with the rest, with the object page, with the list report, and you have a really nice application following the standard as much as you can. I would always recommend follow the standard as much as you can. It saves you a lot of trouble in the future on maintenance. But if you can't, just go and do the custom thing you need to do. What did I not mention? Oh, I did not mention the controller extensions. Of course, you can also add a controller extension to all your Fiori Elements pages and then have your completely custom logic there. And I think Marius will show you later on how you could use that, for example. A great framework is great. However, without great tools, it sucks to use it. We're live streamed. So you have a beep now heard. It is not great to use it if you don't have great tools. So that's why we also developed or put lots of efforts into the SAP Fiori tools. The Fiori tools help you from the beginning when you generate an application to the end when you deploy it to your backend system. You have everything in between there. We have really easy to use tools where you have UI elements that allow you to click and configure your application. We also have language server support that you can do auto-completion wherever you need it, and so on and so on. So we have lots of things there in the whole development cycle. The latest one we added was actually some troubleshooting help, so you can now, when you have some issues in the generation or when you have some issues in one of our tools, you can directly jump into SAP guided answers and get your help there. So the tools really try to cover end-to-end your process. The tools are available as VS Code extensions, so you can install them now if you like locally in your VS Code. However, if you prefer using SAP Business Application Studio because you like to get a fully configured environment by SAP for you that is hosted that you can use anywhere, please go for SAP Business Application Studio. Our Fiori tools are there. So that was a quick refresher. I hope everybody know what I'm talking about when I say Fiori tools or Fiori elements. If not, don't worry. There's always your search engine of choice, like Google or anything else. Just type it in there and you'll find information. And again, Marius and I are here, and lots of experts on the topic talk to us, and we'll really like to talk about these topics. What is new? So lots of things are new on the Fiori tools, but my focus today with you is the open source part. Last year we announced quite boldly that we are totally committed to open source. Our goal is, or our goal was and is and will be, all our tools will be open sourced. How long that will take, I can't tell you exactly. That's quite a process, because in the process of open sourcing it, we also do some cleanups and restructuring so that they're better useful for you. The key projects there, or the key repositories that you'll find are the OpenUX tools. And in there are also a few new modules that we did in the last year. The one that I want to mention especially is the deploy tooling. So if you do anything around deployment, deploying a Fiori Elements application, deploying any kind of UI5 application to an ABAP-based backend, please have a look at our tooling. It helps you to abstract from all the complicated things like how do you do authentication with the different systems, how do you do it on bus, how do you do it locally, how do you do it on a Windows machine or a Mac, and so on and so on. So the deploy tooling is really nice, abstracting all this away, and it's of course integrated in the Fiori tools, but you can also use it separately. And it also allows to deploy adaptation projects, by the way. And we have also project access, low-level library, making life way much easier. Based on internal demand, actually, we also have a library writer, so you can also now create a UI5 library project with these modules, TypeScript, JavaScript, whatever you prefer. And my favorite little module, that's really a little module only, is the create module. And that one you can call by just calling npm init at SAP UX, and then it will help you to add or remove things from your existing Fiori tools projects. It is growing right now. We don't have everything in there, but our goal is to put all the little artifacts that you can add or remove in there and allow by that to grow as you go when you work with Fiori tools or the Fiori elements. And TypeScript, as I said, I was super excited. So everything is TypeScript supported. Whatever you generate, you can generate in JavaScript or TypeScript as you like. And also we added more building blocks to our writer so that you can have some simple way to add building block configuration into your Fiori Elements applications, and even more extensions we added there, as a few to list. OpenUX Tools is not everything on the open source side. We also have a project, and that one I really recommend to you. It's called the OpenUX OData project, and in there we have a mock server, an OData v4 mock server. That thing is amazing. If you need a mock server for OData v4, it actually works also with OData v2, but if you need it for OData v4, look at that project. It is a really, really nice and super flexible mock server. We also took over the UI5 language assistant. I hope most of you know that already. So this one is now also taking care of the Fiori Tools team, and we did quite a few improvements over the last year and are fully committed to also keep this state of the art as we do it for all the other tools. And the latest one, I mentioned before, the guided answers extension, helping you to solve problems when you run into them. Fiori Elements, lots of new things. Focus again the flexible programming model. I also will try to keep this a little shorter because I think I'm already running over time, and Marius gets eager to my right here, and he will anyhow show you all that live in action. So there's more functionality available in our extension API, more things where you can hook in your own functionality. We made sure that everything is properly typed so that you get proper interfaces when you use TypeScript and know what you can do there. The building blocks have been improved based on your feedback. I'm looking for Holger. I can't see Holger right now. He was very vocal last year on things that were missing, so we added a few things there. I am not seeing Volker right now. Volker also gave us feedback. We did a few things there, and we're not done there. There are still things that can be improved, so don't get me wrong. I think our stuff is great, but everything can be greater or better. So if you use our things and find something, always talk to me, talk to anybody. We want to hear from you so that next year I can say your name and then say, hey, by the way, because what XYZ said to me, we have now that in our Fiori tools or in our building blocks. Also, since we own the UI5 language assistant now, a way better integration with the building blocks is now done there. Last one, and then I really hand over to you, Marius, so don't get nervous over there, the FPM Explorer. FPM Explorer, no idea what that means. Google it or search somewhere else. Fiori Elements Flexible Programming Model Explorer, and it will bring you to a page where you can find out what the flexible programming model is actually about, and you have some live sections there where you can change code, see how it behaves. So it's really the best starting point to learn something about the flexible programming model. We have enhanced it quite a bit over the last year. We also made things searchable, because if you enhance things, you usually get into that problem. There's lots of content. How do I find my content? And the last one is you can also download the sample projects from there and continue locally on your machine. And since I see you open your laptop right now, yes, you I'm talking to, search for it later. Now you focus here on stage because I'm handing over to Marius. So I'm handing over to the next generation to show you actually that what I promised and told you is real. And yeah, without further ado, Marius, the stage is yours. I'm going down and also watch you, so have fun.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Tobias, for the introduction and also for leaving me alone here. I want to go to my development environment here. And what I want to show you today is how it actually feels like to develop Fiori Elements applications with the SAP Fiori tools, and also how TypeScript fits into this picture and how convenient it really is to do this. If you like this content, if you like the framework, the technologies, I also recommend you to look at the hands-on session happening at 2 p.m. today, where you can really go in depth here and also get your hands dirty, try this out yourself, because I can only scratch the surface here to show you what's possible and hint you at the things. I also want to focus on the UI layer, so I already have a CAP project running with an OData service, some mock data, and also some very simple annotations to get a list report object page running. We will see that in a minute, but it's nothing that you cannot do in a few minutes, so it's really just to focus on the app generation here. The CAP project, of course, already works, but maybe it wasn't generated just today, so the versions are not quite up to date, but in order to use the new TypeScript features with Fiori Elements and CAP here, we need to make sure that we have some prerequisites fulfilled. Luckily, we have the OpenUX tools, which allow us to upgrade our project so that we have everything set. And I will just quickly execute the script. And in a few seconds, it should write into a package JSON and do an npm install. Hopefully. OK, took a little bit longer, but let's see at the changes. We see we have some things we need to do. We need to have a new CAP CDS version, a minimum version. We need the CDS plugin UI5 installed, which basically connects the toolchains of CAP and UI5 to get things like the TypeScript transpilation working. And we also have NPM workspaces, which was also mentioned before in the keynote, which allows us to have a better dependency management in our monorepo style here. With all of this, our project is ready for TypeScript app generation. But before I do that, maybe a few words about the use case, because there's already a backend with some business logic. We're looking at a travel service, so we will be creating an application where we can view and manage travel bookings, mainly flight bookings for some customers. What we want to look here at is the sustainability factor. So we want to enable some kind of program to plant trees in order to compensate some carbon emissions. But we will look at the use case in detail once we get there in the implementation. So with this, I will close this. We can start the app generation. As Tobias mentioned, we can either use Visual Studio Code locally or the Business Application Studio. I have Visual Studio Code here, and I have the Fiori tools installed, which you can do for free right now, or maybe after the session. So the first thing I want to do is opening the command palette and executing the application generator. This is this kind of wizard thing that allows us to fulfill all of the things that we need to input in order to get our application. We want to have an SAP Fiori app, which is a list report page, just showing some travel bookings, viewing them in an object page. And this will now have different ways to connect to a data source, because you need some kind of OData backend. You can choose some system, you can choose a deployed OData service, you can even choose the SAP Business Hub. But I have a local CAP project here, so this can also be automatically detected. I only have one right here, and the service is also directly here. We can keep the main entity to travel and also keep the rest here. I will need to give a name. We will call this just manage travels, because we will manage travels, and maybe some nice description. Important for us here is we want to have TypeScript, so I'm going into the advanced options, just enabling TypeScript, and that's all we need to do. Let's finish this. By the way, if you're missing this TypeScript option, then the reason might be that some of the prerequisites are not fulfilled. But don't worry, even if you don't want to execute the command that I executed, you can also have an option in the tooling where you can also enable those things directly in the app generation. So this now generated all the files that we need. It's also installing dependencies, but we can already look at the structure. If you know a UI5 app, and I guess all of you have seen a UI5 app, this looks very similar because it is just a UI5 app with Fiori elements, with the Fiori elements libraries loaded in. So we have our manifest.json, our component, which is in TypeScript now, because everything will be in TypeScript. This will be very nice. And we also have the TypeScript tooling directly here, so that we don't have to worry about the toolchain. All of this just works out of the box. And also CAP integration with the CDS annotation file, so we can directly get started. While I was talking, npm installation was luckily a little bit quicker than the other command. And the application information from the Fiori tools directly opens. This is kind of the start page for one app. It shows us all important details, kind of a status if everything is all right, and also gives us different actions that we can do here on the application. I want to start with just previewing it to see what we can work with. So what's the basis for this demo here, that you also have a feeling of what was already done before. This will now load the CAP service, load some mock data in SQLite memory database, and start it up in the browser. Looking at this app, it's already a list report. We already have some columns. This, as I said, just comes from metadata, so nothing coded in any language yet. And we also have a simple object page, which we will extend, of course. But I just want to highlight that this is already a fully functioning enterprise-ready application. You have great features here, like things like value helps, which go against another entity to get some filters, or you can move columns around. So a lot of things you can do just by using Fiori elements. But I want to look at sustainability here. So the first thing that I actually want to achieve is adding a new section to this object page where we can have some kind of great visualization to motivate us to do something for the climate, and also have a way to join this program, plant some trees, pay maybe a fee for it, and see all the details in one place. If I just want to have an option to tick a box, we could also just add this to our annotations, have it as a form up here in the section that is already there. But I want to really also have a visualization to show you that we can have our own control here and can do whatever we want to do. So as Tobias already mentioned, for the flexible programming model, which we can use here, we can add a custom section, and this just allows us to do anything that we want. And also we have great Fiori tool support for it. So let's jump into the Fiori tools. And on the application info, we can see the page map. As the name basically suggests, we have a map of our pages. So right now we have a list report, we have an object page, we see the dependency, we have a navigation between them, they both go against the travel entity. And we cannot just view the pages, but we can also modify them and change them. For example, we can jump into the object page to see the complete structure. So we have our header, our section, our footer. In this section, we currently only have one, which is the travel section. So let's just simply add another one here, which I will call sustainability. Also assigning a fragment name, which will be the file name, and we want to place it after the existing travel section. And this now generates all the files that we need, restarts the server. You can also already open the file. And this is really just an XML fragment in UI5. So you can do anything that you want here. This is your blank canvas. You can add your own controls, your own visualization logic, but also reuse building blocks from Fiori elements, for example. Maybe refreshing the application, we can now see that a new section appeared. The content is not that creative at the moment, but this is automatically generated, and I want to fill it with something new now. I prepared this because I don't want to spend too much time on this. There's so much we want to cover today. But this is a pretty standard fragment. We have a fragment definition. We have a VBox to vertically align our controls. We have a message strip just to remind the end user that there is a way to plant trees now, compensate carbon, which will only be visible if the UI is in edit mode. So if it's in display mode, this one will be hidden. We will also see that now. We have a grid for responsiveness, and then an image, which actually isn't there, which I have to add with some magic. Now it appeared, wow. And we have a form where you can change data and display data. The special thing about the form is this is one of those building blocks, so we don't have to define things like labels, form elements, form containers. We just refer to an annotation, and Fiori elements does all the rest. So all of this is done for us. OK, let's try this out. And we have our new visualization here. I mean, it's not perfect. The image is quite big. It's also a little bit unnecessary to scroll here. But I think you get the point. You can add your own control here, whatever you want. Once we go into edit mode, we also see our nice message strip, which has dynamic visibility. And we can join this Trees for Tickets program to plant, in this case, 29 trees, pay 29 euros. We can save it, and we're done. So in a few minutes, with those few clicks, we edit our own visualization, our own logic here, our own data. And the options are basically endless. But looking at this, honestly, it's very easy to ignore this. So I can just change the booking fee, press save, and I don't even care about this. But we want a good amount of trees to be planted for our bookings. So what I want to do is I want to show a little reminder that whenever this program was not selected, that maybe you can still do it. You can plant trees for just this little fee. And I want to do this whenever somebody presses on save. So if someone presses on save and this is not ticked, I want to show a dialog where you still have the option to do so. So you might realize that this is kind of a different technical use case than what we did before, because before we added something visually on the page, but now we want to add our own business logic and let the Fiori elements flow call ourselves. For this, we can use one of those controller extensions that were also already mentioned. And we, of course, also have great tool support. So going back to the page map, we can click on this extension icon, add our controller extension. I will just call this object page extension. And this will generate all the files, restart the server. And of course, this is TypeScript. I mean, everything that is generated in TypeScript mode will be TypeScript, and we also have great type support for this. Right now, this has an on-init override, so we can do some page initialization. We actually don't really care about this because we don't want to initialize, but we want to intercept the saving. For this, Fiori Elements has the so-called edit flow, which we can intercept with some event handlers. So what I can just do here now in the overrides at the edit flow, and there's the on before save, which we can define. And I will also just type this context to make sure that TypeScript knows where we are. And maybe just to double check that this works, I will just give a quick alert. So if I press on edit, on save, we see the alert appearing. So just by adding one thing via the tools, we now have our own entry point to get our own business logic running. And of course, here creativity is the limit, so we can do whatever we want. In our case, we only wanted this to appear if this is not checked. So we somehow need access to the data. But this is also easily done. For this, we can get access to the binding context of the object page. We could just do this by ID somehow, getting the page, getting the context. But in Fiori Elements, when you write your extensions, we also have some more convenient functionalities. We have what we call the extension API, and we can see this in action, which is, of course, typed because we are in TypeScript. And this allows some more abstract, page-dependent operations that you can do. In our case, I want to get the binding context. And honestly, this might be undefined, but I will just force it to be a context because I don't want to care about error handling. And then we can just get this model context to do whatever we want. So I want, say, get property. And only if this checkbox is not checked, the property is in the data model called go green. And let's move the alert in here. See if this works. So now it is shown, and if I press this, it's not shown. OK. So now we added our own coding. We integrated with the existing data. But I want to show a better dialog than just this alert, because that's not what we want to do. So instead of doing an alert, I will say open dialog. And we might need to get the context to change the flag to true, and remove this one. So this function has to be created. We can make this private and async. We get the context, and we return a promise. This is, again, TypeScript, so also our own coding is very well typed, and we could also define our own types and do whatever we want. In this open dialog function, now the only thing I want to do is I want to get my dialog, and then I want to open the dialog. With regards to creating a dialog, there are different ways to do so. We could just call the constructor of the dialog control here. But what I like is separating my logic from layout and structure. So I will add an XML fragment, which I will call trees dialog. And for this, I also already prepared the structure. So we have a fragment definition. We have a dialog with some title, with an icon. We have content with a VBox, just to vertically stack things and have some margins. And that's about it. Looking at this dialog, I want to have two simple things in it. I want to, again, have a message strip, which we can also just put in because it's not big magic. But then I also want to have some kind of control to, in this dialog, still join this program to plant some trees. And you could use a building block here, the same building block that we also use in the custom section. But I really want to show you that you're flexible. You don't have to use anything from Fiori Elements at all. So I will go with another approach, which is a switch. And here, you, by the way, also see the UI5 language assistant in action. So we can just see whatever we need. I want to have an ID. And I want to bind the state against our property. And let's also add some text to yes and no. And this is all we have to do. Because we are going to bind the context that we get from Fiori Elements, from the extension API, to this dialog, we can just bind and have a two-way binding here. But let's also make sure that we actually instantiate this, because otherwise this will fail. Loading the fragment, there are also different ways in UI5. But as you are in Fiori Elements, you can make use of the extension API that gives you a very nice interface to directly make sure that this is added as dependent and everything that you have to do. So I'll go to the extension API and call the function load fragment. This takes an object as parameter. And I don't know all of them by heart, but we can always just use the types to see what we need to fill. So we have an ID. I will just call this dialog. And a name, which will be the fragment name. Hope I typed this correctly. This is always the critical part. And then we also want to have an initial binding context to bind our data. And we get this as param. The rest of those arguments we can ignore for now, because this should already be fine. This actually works with a promise. And I want to tell TypeScript that this is a dialog, because of course TypeScript cannot read XML files, so we need this casting here. This line is now also correct, so theoretically this should work. Let's just see how the state looks. I'm going to edit, to save, and we have an issue, but the dialog appears. So at least we have a message strip, we have a switch, we have this great yes and no. But the issue, and also probably why we got the error, is that in the background, this is already saved. So the process currently isn't waiting for our own business logic, which in this case doesn't make sense if we still want to change something. But luckily, we are in a modern language here. And we can use TypeScript, and also Fiori elements can use TypeScript. So what I'm going to do is returning the promise from OpenDialog. And I will just need to somehow create a promise which only resolves once the dialog is closed. So I will just do it this way. There are different ways to do so. Right now, this would never resolve, but then we can say, OK, attach after close. And after close, I actually want to destroy the dialog, because we have a static ID. And I want to resolve the promise. So let's see how this looks. Again, pressing on edit, saving. We see that the object page is waiting. Oh, actually, let me scroll up a little. That we can see this. We see that the object page stays there, and we can see that this doesn't work. Let's see if I can quickly fix this. Let me just restart the server. This should work now. OK, let's go back to the object page. If I press on save and enable this, press escape, this is still not bound. OK, I will try something out. I mean, I prepared this beforehand. Let's see if I did some mistake here. OK, now I had some typo somewhere. I didn't change a lot now. It's just getting back to the dialog state how it's supposed to be. So we can also see that the coding already contains too much, but let's don't care about this. So on after close, we want to destroy the dialog and then resolve the promise. And that's what we're doing. So press on save. Press on save, and this now automatically syncs. I press on yes, and I can press escape to save it. The buttons that you now saw are actually also buttons I didn't add yet, but I will do that now. Because what I want to say is, OK, now you have to press escape in order to save, which is not really good user experience and also not accessible. So what I want to do in the next step is adding the buttons to the footer. And this was now completely spoiled because it's already there, but let's pretend I added them. I have a begin button, which has an ID save, which has a text save, and is an emphasized button. And I have an end button, which is just a cancel button. So yeah, no big magic here. It was just done automatically now. The rest stayed completely the same. And now to add some event handling here, to really do something, if we press the buttons, I just want to get the begin button, attach the press event. And whenever I press the save button, I want to close the dialog, resolve. And whenever I press the end button, I also want to close the dialog. But we don't want the edit to continue. We want to abort the process because we pressed on cancel, so we don't want to save. So in this case, I will reject the promise, which will tell Fiori elements to stop what you're doing right now. And also in the escape case, I will also reject. So let's see if this works, I guess, because it was already like this. Save. If I press on cancel, nothing happens. If I press on save, it saves. So I mean, now it works. I don't know. Maybe I find the error later in the recording. But this is obviously not perfect. This is not the perfect styling. Having a switch and then a checkbox is also nothing that we probably want because of consistency. But I think it shows you how easy you can extend the logic. You can add your own controls, your own visualizations. But even your own business logic, you can hook into the Fiori elements process. So maybe to summarize while Tobias is coming back on stage. The first thing I showed is that it's very easy with a few clicks to generate a new Fiori Elements application with TypeScript, with the SAP Fiori tools, just based on a hub backend. It could also have been any other OData backend or service. The second thing is, even though you already get a lot of great features like value helps, moving your columns and everything, you're still not confined to the floor plans. So even if you pick an object page, for example, you can still add your own visualizations, your own sections using the flexible programming model. And if you don't want to use any page type from Fiori Elements, you can also use a custom page. Then you have your own set of view and controller where you're completely free to do whatever you want. But you can still use whatever you want to use. So you have this grow as you go thing ongoing. And lastly, if you add your custom code, you're not left alone. You have great tool support. You have UI5 language assistant. You have TypeScript and all the modern technologies at your hand. And you don't have to set them up yourselves. And with this, back to you, Tobias.
Thank you, Marius. And I loved your demo, absolutely. So I will always sit in the audience from now on. It was great to see, especially when you failed and got nervous. So I love that. And if you thought he was joking when he said that he will watch the recording to figure out what he did wrong, I promise you, he will. He will until he finds out what was wrong today. So thanks a lot, Marius. If you now want to get started, there's a hands-on session at 2 p.m. Marcel and Christian, please stand up, stand up, stand up. These two guys will do that hands-on session, so please talk to them, go to them, and you can also try that out, what you just saw here. And before you leave the room now, and before you leave UI5con today, I want you to remember 3 things. The first one, TypeScript, TypeScript, TypeScript. Honestly, I don't know how to summarize it differently. There's no reason not to use TypeScript anymore. If you want to use TypeScript with UI5, with Fiori, with the Fiori tools, go for it. Everything you need is there. When you start with Fiori Elements and you feel, oh no, it limits me in my imagination, I can't do everything I want to do, no. We have the flexible programming model, and it is flexible. You can really do what you need to do there. Last but not least, open source. We are fully committed to open source. We want to get our tools out to you, everything open sourced. We want to show you what we're doing. We're proud of what we're doing. We want to be transparent. We want you to look into our code, but also we want you to contribute. So if you want to join the journey there and help us, please, please go for it. Even if you just look at our code and tell us how bad it is and how the things are wrong. Is Volker here? Volker, no, not here. These people we have, and they're great because we can learn from them. So please, 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 not just Volker, I just see Marian smiling. He also recently found something again. So please, people, join us on the journey. We want you, and we want to be with you on that journey together. And with this, Marius, I think we're done. We're open for questions now, so please, dear audience, bombard us with questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, Marius. So I'm going to get equipped with all the microphones I can get, because I'm not quite familiar with throwing this sound box. You can throw it here. Yes. So it either goes into the hand or in the face. Probably chances are equal. So what do you want to know more? What are you specifically interested in? And I really want to see that cube flying.
Thanks. Hello? Okay. Okay, it's nice to see that you're going for open source and also your own generators. I like it. But why not merging or bringing it together with Easy UI5?
Perfect question. Perfect question. Thank you. And that question was not planted. Perfect question. Yes, we're going for it. So if you look at the Easy UI5 sources, you find already references there going to some of our modules. So what we did, we took our generator that we had in the Fiori tools, and we didn't just put it out as a big blob, but we split it into smaller modules. We split it apart into writer components and prompting components. And these writer components, we are also starting to reuse in Easy UI5. You can find the reference there, so you see how they're used there. Not everywhere yet, I agree with you, so there's definitely room for improvement. And if you're eager to do that, I'm also happy to help you if you want to do that commit and help to get it integrated more. But our strategy really is get these base components out there, reuse them everywhere, let the community do whatever they need on top, but the base is provided by us. And the very same we do for the SAP shipped product. All the components out there, they're in there. We deliver them as a product, support, etc., but still you use them as you like, and you use them in Easy UI5 especially.
Okay, thanks. Great. I have another one, but maybe first.
I think over there.
Question into the same direction. Are you using the UI5 tooling already under the hood, or do you plan to do that?
Absolutely, yes. Sorry, of course. So we did not fully invent everything from scratch. So everything you see there regarding the middlewares, regarding the tasks we are running, it's all based on the UI5 tooling 3.0 by now as well. So another announcement in the keynote this morning that we were also happy about. So we are using the UI5 tooling as a base for our tooling, and we're using UI5 as a base for the framework.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
5 rows behind you.
One question, what are the prerequisites from the backend side, from the SAP system? We have a lot of customers using Fiori on-premise, so what are the prerequisites for the TypeScript support and the flexible programming model?
Yeah, so generally for the TypeScript support, there are no real prerequisites because it's a front-end thing going on. So the backend doesn't care if it's TypeScript or JavaScript. And for the flexible programming model and everything that we showed, we are running against an OData v4 backend. So you will need an OData v4 service, but then you're basically good. So that should work with the latest technologies. And as I said, whatever you use in the front end doesn't really matter if the protocol is the same.
Okay, so there's no prerequisite regarding if your SAP UI5 version, a minimum version, which is necessary?
Okay, there is, I mean.
So from a TypeScript perspective, not really. From a Fiori Elements perspective, yes. I don't know the numbers by heart, but I think it's 194 where we have the first floor plans in there. I might be lying, that I would have to look up. So yes, so from a UI5 version, you're right, there are limitations.
Yeah.
And also with regards to TypeScript types, of course with new versions we add new improvements here. So maybe in older versions you don't have the perfect types, but we're working on it, and as higher as you go, as better the types are.
Yeah. You might have seen in his demo that there was also the DTS file generated next to his controller extension. And that one, for example, we are used to also improve the types. The UI5 types are great as they are, but they also have some limitations. So we also use this kind to make it simpler for you. So if you're missing types, that's also a nice quick workaround that you can do in your projects if you run into these limitations.
Thank you.
Hello. We as customer use some standard SAP applications and sometimes extend them. I just wonder if you implement some standard applications in TypeScript already?
Yes. Okay, so I'm not from the organization that develops the application, but I work very closely with one team that actually did TypeScript before we told them to do it. That's why I know there's for sure an application that is developed in TypeScript. There's not just one, there are more than one. But this one I can tell you for sure because they did it before we had our tooling ready. So that's also something I always like. If you think something is missing in the Fiori tools, you go ahead with it and you tell us and we get it into the tools that life gets easier for you. So yes, the short answer is yes, and for quite some time already.
So we can expect more and more applications in TypeScript.
I think Stefan even announced that in the keynote, right? Didn't he state, Sebastian, Katja, do I remember correctly? You are product owners. I usually don't like to make promises. I think he stated in the keynote that SAP is fully committed to it, and that is the first choice as a programming language for building UI5 applications. If I promised something I was not supposed to do, just an architect. I think 8 rows in front of you was a question.
Hi. So I know we are talking mainly front-end right now, but to be honest, most of our custom applications, if we develop them, they are based on on-premise systems, ERP, AS4. Most of the standard services, even the standard APIs, are still in OData v2. Do you have any information if that may change in the future? Because
that
OData
one I cannot
v2
state anything about it. So,
okay. I expected that.
Oh, over there. Perfect.
Okay, so not a question, but an answer. Basically, you have always the capability to use the Fiori front-end server from a higher version. So basically, Fiori front-end server, this UI5 version 108, this Fiori front-end server 2022, is working against an ERP system. And so if you use that one. You can do RFC connections, and if I'm right, then you need a bit manual effort and to also expose it from the front-end server with the newest gateway as V4. So this is somehow possible, but will be investment. But as said, we also hope that you go over and follow the journey of SAP, and with S/4HANA, the things will be okay. The front-end server, maybe to mention that one, the front-end server 2023, this one will be the ones that also comes with UI5 version 120. Also still continual work to work, but it has a higher NetWeaver version, so you need the latest, greatest ABAP to be able to do so. But besides that, also the same principle. And also the confirmation, yes, we have many commitments at SAP to go for TypeScript.
So it's great to have product owners in the room. I love them most of the time.
Next
I think a third row.
Oh. You managed it somehow, I tried.
Oh. Okay, so there's no quarterback lost on him.
Just in addition to the question, so I have already an S/4HANA 2022 available, and there's more and more OData V4 services. So SAP is really investing in this area, also for public or for released APIs, but also for their own applications.
Thank you for letting us know.
Hi. My current applications are in TypeScript. Is there a way to convert them to this TypeScript style?
Sure.
Do you have some planned or in mind to make it easy?
In the end, you have to still do it on your own. So sure, we could think about some scripts that generate TypeScript for existing JavaScript and put it anywhere behind it. However, I would still encourage you to do the exercise of actually going through your code and doing that. Let me say it differently. We also moved the coding of our Fiori Elements framework from JavaScript to TypeScript. And yes, we did also a little bit of generation at the beginning, but then we also forced people to do it because it helped them to learn and it made sure that the code gets better while they're doing it. So my recommendation is, while you could go for an easy way out generation approach, I would recommend to actually think it through and do it manually. For the configuration aspects, I don't think we have something in the tools that just flags or makes them TypeScript enabled. So there might be a good idea to maybe generate a project on the side and then do the code move over into that project so that you have all configuration ready from the beginning.
Thank you.
So there are probably more questions in the room, but with regards to the time and the fact that we have the next slot coming up at 11, I think we should call it a very nice presentation. Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, Marius. You two will be around. I don't think you have an expert corner.
We will be around. Any questions that get
So
to us.
the entire building is your expert corner, so reach out to them. I would like to have you back at 11 because then you will listen to Modern JavaScript and SAP UI5 with Mike Zashka. He's already here hiding in the audience, but I know that he is on fire to get on stage. So enjoy your break, ask the questions to the expert, and be back at 11. Thank you.
Schön.
Habt ihr diesen Entwurf gesehen von dem Rugby-Spieler?
Hat den so gemacht?
Das hat schon Stil.
So, dann, ja. Dankeschön.
Das mit dem Schild brauchen wir, glaube ich, nicht, wenn das von der Zeit abläuft.
Möchtest du das Kabel im Hemd verstecken, wenn du schon ein weißes Hemd hast? Macht man das dann so einfach von oben nach unten einfallen lassen und auf Gürtelhöhe wieder raus?
Welcome to UI5con 2023. My name is Janina and I will be your moderator for this morning here in the AUDIMAX. Also, greetings to our audience in the live stream. The chat is enabled, so it would be great if you would let me know where you are dialing in from. So here with me is Mike Zaszka. Besides being a father of 5, so we have 3 kids and 2 dogs, he is business unit lead cloud consulting at P6336. However you want to call it in Germany or German or English. And he will talk about modern JavaScript and SAP UI5. So please welcome with me, Mike Zaszka.
Yes, thank you for this kind introduction, and it's actually P36. All right. So yes, I'm really excited to be here today and to talk to you about modern JavaScript and UI5. And before I actually start, I want to, because we are a diverse group of people, we're coming from different countries, religions, genders, ethnics, whatever. I'm actually going to use memes in my talk, right? And I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with memes, so I just want to mention that they have the purpose of having kind of the same meme attached with different comments on them in a humorous way, and that's what they're meant to be. So they should not be considered like they do some harm or they're never meant to do any harm. So please, let's follow this, have fun with those memes, you and me, and in case you cannot laugh about this, then either I failed in making them funny or you should adjust your humor in this way. All right, so another thing that I just want to talk about, you heard this a lot, there's TypeScript everywhere, and I'm a huge fan of TypeScript. But I explicitly choose not to talk about TypeScript today for reasons, because I think that stuff I want to discuss, you don't need TypeScript for, right? TypeScript adds lots of stuff. So basically everything I'm going to talk about today is available in TypeScript, right? And there's even more stuff like real type safetiness, like advanced object-oriented patterns, easier access to future JavaScript functionality that's still not available in JavaScript, and so much more. But again, I just want to focus on JavaScript and basically talk about that you don't need to wait for TypeScript to be here to actually do some modern stuff. Okay, so in this talk, TypeScript will actually no more present. All right, so with that being said, I'm starting with another meme. And that's basically at the core idea of my talk. So when you look at the spectrum of people who are coding UI5, you have actually a wide range, right? On the one side of things, you have very, very experienced JavaScript developers, right? They are maybe not only doing UI5, they are only on the backend side, they're doing CUP development, or even other frameworks like React, Svelte, or whatsoever, right? And they tend to, they're into the JavaScript ecosystem, and they know all the various developments that are going on there. But on the other side of things, you may have people that basically learned JavaScript alongside UI5 because they're coming from an ABAP background, or they started developing because they want to build a UI5 app. And there's a huge gap, and that is growing every year. So it's based on for historical reasons. So when we look at the history of things, so basically, back in 1995, there was the introduction of JavaScript in those browsers back in those old days. And because there should be some standardization across different browsers, there was ECMAScript introduced, which basically defines the feature set of JavaScript, right? So whenever I use ECMAScript, I can translate this to the feature set of JavaScript. So over the years, there was different versions of ECMAScript released, resulting in 2009, where there was ECMAScript 5. And that's basically the foundation that UI5 has been built on, right? So UI5 has been released around 2013. The development started maybe a lot earlier, but that was the core foundation of things for UI5. But after that, there were additional releases of ECMAScript. So in 2015, we had a very big release with ECMAScript 6. And following that, like every year, another version of ECMAScript up until 2022. And there most obviously will be one for 2023 as well. The key issue is that when you look at the core functionality of SAP UI5 and the core documentation, like if you open the otherwise very, very, very good documentation where you find lots of examples and tutorials and the API documentation, you will actually, the scope of the functionality of JavaScript is actually bound to like ES5 and some things of ES6, like promises. And so we have a gap of like 8 years now where we are doing stuff in JavaScript in a way that maybe can be done differently, or I would say that should be done differently. So with that 8-year gap, we basically have two options to going forward, right? So we can either say, well, we learn those new modern things that have been introduced to JavaScript, or we basically learn to use those things in JavaScript, because I think there is no other way, right? And the choice is not that complex. To prove my point, I actually I have 4 reasons why you should do this. Okay, first one, and that's basically the most important one. That's a coding that's been copied over from the official documentation for a menu item, right? So it basically contains a traditional controller with an on-press function callback, and well, basically we launch we load a fragment which is using promises. That's very good. And then, we just open the menu and show it to the user, right? So that's classic UI5 that you may already know. But there are, as I said, several things that have been introduced that could make our lives easier. So for example, ECMAScript 6 introduced real JavaScript modules. So in UI5 we have our own stuff, but they are like a standard now available in JavaScript. The same applies to classes. We have let_const, which can be used or should be used for variables. We have something like nullish coalescing assignments, which can be used to could potentially get rid of this if statement. We have arrow functions. We have real private fields. So that's a lot of stuff going on in the JavaScript universe that we're not seeing in this coding. And when I apply all those principles, then I potentially can end up with something like this, which, by the way, I could use the exact same coding in UI5, and it will work. So again, compare this to something like this, and I think you can see a difference, right? So that's less code, it's less complex because I don't have these nesting levels. It's far easier to read. So my number one thing for the most important reason to actually use modern JavaScript is you have fewer lines of code, you have less complexity, you have better readability, you have less maintenance effort, you have better extensibility, less bugs, less costs, more fun. So the number one reason is actually 8 reasons. Right, why you should adopt those modern principles. Second reason, you've heard this in the keynote as well, and there was a blog post mentioning this in the sub-community, beginning with version 1.1.1.6. Basically, there's a shift, and the UI5 core team will start adopt things from ECMAScript 2022. So if you're not familiar with this, you potentially need to come up to understand what's going on there. Number 3, so in the past, I was there myself, we had Internet Explorer and stuff, old browsers. I was not sure if I can use a certain functionality or if it would break my browser, right? But we're in 2023 now, so there is no Internet Explorer anymore. And if I look at the browsers, you can actually see that most of them, 99, the top 3, like Chrome, Edge, and Opera, they support like 99% of the functionality of ES22. Yeah, and Firefox and Safari are a bit behind, but even still, then I have like very high numbers. But maybe you can say, okay, but yeah, we cannot use the latest browsers because we have corporate stuff going on, and I can only use Edge in version like, I don't know. But then you're also covered, right? So again, this has been mentioned in the keynote, and I think there should be no project in UI5 without the UI5 tooling, and especially without UI5 tooling transpile. Because this basically enables you to have like two types of JavaScript that you're coding, right? You have the one, on the one hand side, you have like dev time JavaScript. So I can use the latest features I want to use, and UI5 transpile will basically transpile this to the code that will be executed in the browser. So I can do very fancy stuff, and the stuff that has been transported to the browser, it may be compatible with like ES5. And that's so easy to integrate now with using with the tooling UI5, using the UI5 tooling version 3, because you just have to insert this inside your package JSON and apply some specific configuration. And even you can omit this target browser thing. I just want to leave it here because you have defaults and you have options to override things, and then they will also work for you. So that's super cool. Number 4, because it simply will make you more attractive, right, for other projects. And I mean, I said this before, right? We have lots of stuff to do in the SAP world, but there's a world outside of SAP. Yeah, and I mean, I have talked to some JavaScript devs that are doing other stuff, and when they see our UI5 code, they were like, whoa, that looks like the 90s code, and want their JavaScript back. So it's also important for you to actually get up to date and enhance your skill set to be ready for future projects. All right. So that's like the 4 reasons why I think it's really important. And one can potentially say, okay, I have my JavaScript stuff here. We had this in the keynote as well, so there always needs to be some AI talk these days. But I actually wanted to look at this. How can AI support us here? So let's just quickly jump over to a small ChatGPT application, and I'm not using the original ChatGPT. I'm using my own version of it, because I basically rebuilt ChatGPT with UI5 and CAP as sub-technologies. And just ask it to, what does it know about UI5 and what in JavaScript? So let's just go over there, and because I like this very much, I'm going to choose a pirate personality. Okay, so I'm going to ask it, show me some UI5 controller. Right. So I'm just letting ChatGPT talk to me and show me what it means, like how does UI5 look, right? And that's what it comes up with. That's what it comes up with, right? So we have that stuff that we already know, right? But it's missing the important parts, like, okay, I don't have a var definition. I don't have any variables in here. That's a bad example. But it will basically not show any signs of modern JavaScript. And that's for a reason, because I mean, it's based on the data that's been fed with, and that stuff is like the old JavaScript that we coded back in those days, right? And I can ask him, like, can you make this use ES2022 syntax? Well, because the coding is not that complex, that's a bad example. Again, he will try to do stuff, right? But he will not use real classes, for example. He will still use sub-UI5 define, or because he chose a bad example, maybe let's quickly go over and grab the code that we had in our example. can you make this look, or can you apply ES22? Okay, let's see what it does. All right. Okay, so this will kind of work, right? So it basically tells me I can use the import statement. I still, when I look at this, I still see there's this if statement that I could get rid of and use this knowledge coalescing stuff. But yeah, well, it's a good jump start, right? But with that being said, I still need to know, right? I cannot, and there was a question in the former presentation, is there a way to actually like move stuff from my old JavaScript to TypeScript, for example? And I think there's no easy and automated way. Because we can not simply, or we should not simply translate the old stuff to the new. Because there are so many cool things in JavaScript nowadays that you could potentially use that there is some manual effort required and it should be applied. So coming back to my presentation, and how AI should potentially be used, I would say you should use it. I'm using Copilot and ChatGPT on a daily basis because they really, really help me to do things. But that doesn't free me from knowing things, right? So I need to know all those fancy patterns that are available in JavaScript, and then it can be really helpful. Okay, so what is in modern JavaScript, right? And sadly, I don't have enough time. I probably would take me like a day or potentially a week to talk all those stuff that is there. But I just want to highlight certain things and get you started and, yeah, a sense of this. So that's basically a reduced feature matrix of all the stuff that has been added throughout the ECMAScript versions. And you have really simple things like the addition of one function added to an array, for example. But there are also really, really fundamental things inside that really change the way that you work with your applications, right? So for example, promises. So I'm not talking about promises because if I want to open this chapter, then I could talk for like hours. But they are super, super powerful, and yeah, you should get to know them because they make you, yeah, you can build applications in a totally different way. So I will just focus on some of them, right? Just quickly go through them and show you what is inside on those features. And one thing that is, I also want to mention, that's the Hungarian notation, right? Hungarian notation basically refers to adding the typings inside of your variable name. It's still a recommendation to actually use those, but I was kind of never been a big fan of this, and to support my claim, I actually searched and found some other guys that also, yeah, the same meaning. So there's a book called Clean UI5, which is also done by very good SAP people, and they also state that if you are applying those modern principles, even not using TypeScript, but just pure JavaScript, you potentially can just omit them, right? And there's a blog post from like 2 years ago from Pascal Vazem who basically says the same. So for me, it's basically like this, and I actually do not use them anymore. I mean, again, they are like part of the official API, or the official, like, you should do it this way, but I'm get rid of this. So in any yeah, coding example that I have on my slides, you won't find them. Okay, so let's start with stuff that, what is inside of those newer ECMAScript versions? Okay, let's start very simple. Like, there's additional ways to declare variables, right? So in the past, I just had var, and now I have two other options. Like, I can define variables with let, which declares a reassignable blocked scope variable, and I can use const to define a not reassignable blocked scope variable, right? So I can just put it here, like I can define my object, I can modify the object as well, and yeah, then I can reassign it because I can reassign. I can basically do the same, but reassigning the const variable would produce an error, right? So that's nothing complex. But I highly encourage you to use let and const instead of var for an obvious reason, because they are block scope, right? And you could say, well, I have var, I don't want to do this. But there's some thing, right? This simple code will basically produce 5, because var is not block scope. And it can have side effects on your application. And I still remember in the past I had searched a couple of hours for an issue I could not explain myself that was basically related to this, right? So if you have like the option to use let and const, always use them. Another small but also very interesting topic is like template literals, right? So in the past you had like, if I want to define a string, I use single or double quotes, and I'm fine with this. So if I want to concatenate certain things, I have to use the plus sign, right? And there was no real support for multi-line strings, so I had to always use plus, plus, plus for every new line. ES6 basically introduced those backticks, which are basically template literals. And with this, I can define like templates, strings as templates, right? And they have like placeholders. So dollar curly brackets basically define a placeholder, and it can just insert the stuff that I want to concatenate into my string through the placeholder. And also a nice feature, I can have really multi-line strings with this, right? So that's nothing big, but it's nice to have it around. One thing that is pretty cool about this, and I stumbled across this, so this taken over from the subcap team. So I'm also doing some back-end stuff, and I saw this fancy like syntax to actually apply select statements. And that is just valid JavaScript. And I saw this and I thought to myself, wait, how can I just call something and then add a template string to this? But basically, there's something called tag templates or tag functions, right? I can write a function that can take a template literal as an argument and basically all placeholders as additional arguments and do stuff with it. And I can omit like the brackets. And so that's really some clever way to do this. But it basically shows you that you can really use those features and build something, really fancy with this. One superpower of modern JavaScript is basically arrow functions. And they are basically really a superpower because they are a very compact alternative to having like the function to define functions. Right, so that's the old way. I define my func just with function and then a function body. And basically those three opportunities are arrow function ways to define stuff. Right? I could live with the brackets if I need them, but also I could get rid of them. And I can completely get rid of every bracket if I have just a one-liner and want to apply certain things. So they basically all do the same, but this is super nice to read and super, very less, not much code to write. Let's put it this way. Okay, but they're also, a superpower when combined with arrays, right? And there's a lot of cool array functions in JavaScript these days, right? So back in the days we had like load dash and stuff that would be required if we want to do fancy things. This is not needed anymore because we have really cool stuff. So, for example, we could have this like developers here, right? And that's pure fictional data because actually I'm turning 42 today. I'm not sure about the rest, so yeah. But I want to put some emphasis on this. That's just arrow functions, right? I can have like a sorting function by name, and a filter function by older than, and a mapping function by person name, and have like 3 lines of code, and I could just stretch this like 4 lines of code to do some super complex array processing. And that is like, wow, super cool. So you should really, really use arrow functions. That's another big topic is in the past, and this is still around, we saw this in the example that I copied over from documentation, you have things like, in my callbacks, I need to bind this context if I'm defining it to a function. Right? I could either do it with the bind, or I can store this context, the other this context in that or self, and reuse it in the callback itself. With arrow functions, I don't need to do any of this, because arrow functions do not have a this scope. So that's super convenient as well. Less code. All right. There's real JavaScript modules and classes in UI5 now, right? And that's actually a big thing, because that's also for others this thing, because they tend to use, like, I can use my import statements and I can use my class statements. But when I see the UI5 way of doing this, they are like, whoa, what's this? I need to understand this first. Okay, sadly, for historic reasons, I mean, UI5 did this by purpose, because there was no like module system and class system around, so they need to have to come up with their own, right? And therefore, it's not really applicable to actually exchange this and use this in the core functionality of UI5. So there's a statement in the UI5 tooling that it's not supported, right? Which kind of get me angry, because I want to use this, but actually I can, right? There is this UI5 tooling transpile, and I talked about having like 2 versions of your code, right? The dev time version and the runtime version. And with the UI5 tooling transpile, I could easily add this simple configuration, which is transform modules to UI5, and then I can use it. So it's as easy as this. This has been a little bit more complicated in the past. I need to gather some Babel config, etc. But with UI5 tooling 3, this is super easy to use. And I can also mix this with my existing applications, right? So I can have applications where I have like the sub UF defined stuff, and next to have real classes, and use this in my code. So that's super, super convenient. And yeah, that's basically an example class. So what is supported and what not? So we have like this import statements. I can import stuff from somewhere else. I have like object-oriented pattern, like inheritance. I can inherit, the main controller inherits from the base controller. I can have public instance fields, static fields, private fields. Sadly, as of now, basically they are real private fields now, right? So we are using it in a way like we put this underscore in front, and they basically are still available from the outside, but they are marked as private. ECMAScript 2022 basically introduced real private field with a hashtag, so they are not accessible from the outside. But currently, they are not usable by the transpiler, because it will basically, even with the transpiler, because it will basically transform your class into this sub UI5 defined syntax, and then you will get an error because there's still this private around and it's not valid there. Yeah, but maybe, I don't know, maybe the transpiler will be enhanced to actually have a solution for this as well, and then you could use this also. Yeah, basically on the inner sides, and that's also something that was mentioned in the keynote, that's also based on the Babel plugin transform modules to UI5, right? And you can find some additional information on how you define the metadata, for example. So if you are developing controls, you have your metadata stuff. That's also ways to define this in proper classes, right? And that's all documented here. There's optional chaining, which I totally like. So imagine we have a nested structure like this, like a deeply nested structure. I have like an outer, inner, and inside I have some key or some method, and I want to access this property. And I'm not sure if it's there or not. So in the past, we have to do something like this, right? ES5. I have to check if this object is available and if the outer value is available and if the inner value is available. So resulting in a, not so nice readable and writable code. This also applies to functions. With optional chaining in ES15, introduced in ES15, I can have this like question mark dot. And if I put this in my chaining, basically if the object is not there, it will not produce an error, but just return undefined, right? So I can use this. So, and if this is not there, then key will just be undefined. And I could potentially add another or a default value or so. But it will not break. The same applies to methods. And I don't have it on the slides, but also for arrays and stuff like this, or objects. So it's super, super powerful. Another thing that I totally like is destructuring. So imagine we have an object called my object, and I want to grab certain properties from this, right? I can do so by stating like my object dot name and read it from there. But there's a very clever way to do. You can do this with like ES6 upwards. So I can put curly brackets after my variable declaration, and which will basically assign the property of that object into the variable name, which is super nice. I can do this once. I can actually do this multiple times, right? I can access multiple values. I can actually play around with this and can say, okay, I want to rename the variable that I'm storing this to like my name to have, a little bit more control. And there's also something like, I want to just grab the name and store the rest of the properties inside of another array, another object I call rest. So I have something like, the name and then all the other properties in an object. So that's very simple in terms of what I can do with it, but it enables really, really powerful things. So for example, when you build complex or more complex functions, I tend to, they have 3, 4, 5 arguments. I don't want to have because I can remember all the order of things. I tend to have named properties, right? So I can give an object into the argument and then do something with it, right? And if I use this with deconstruction or destructuring, I can have pretty powerful way to have those named parameters, have destructuring into variables that I can reuse in my code, and also can provide default values. So that's super convenient, super powerful to have complex functions reduced, and I can just call my draw chart, for example, like this, and put in the stuff that I know from the outside and have the inner defaults work as well. So that's super cool. And by the way, I think ECMAScript 5, so the version that we are also always referring to, it hasn't default values for parameters at all. So yeah, that's a benefit as well. I could have so much more to tell you, but there's time, and I cannot really look into things. So fully explain things. So just 2 additional things that I really, really like, and that you have seen in the example that I presented earlier. So there's nullish or logical or coalescing assignment. So you have seen this if statement that we tend to use a lot, like if I load a fragment and I'm going to storing the fragment in an instance variable, I'm going to check if the instance variable is filled, and then I can omit the loading. There's a much easier way to do this now, right? So you have this question mark equal sign, or pipe equal sign, and this will basically check if the object is either falsy or nullish, right? So question marks will refer to nullish, and this will refer to falsy. And only execute the statement after the equal sign in case the variable is not filled, right? So I can totally omit the if statement, which makes it much nicer to read. And one other thing, which is on the slide, introduced with, ECMAScript 2021, I can have 1,000 separators. That's valid JavaScript. Okay, that's some, I mentioned this. Promises are huge, and they enable you to do pretty cool stuff. And we have promises around, so we are basically using them when we load fragments, right? We have fragment load, which returns a promise, so we can have the option to actually work with promises. Also, the OData before model, it's basically working with promises. But that's not the only use case. Again, I've written, you have seen the chatbot. I actually blogged about this in the sub-community, and I took my time to actually really go into the details. So I blogged about TypeScript and also using the usage of promises for stuff like dialogues to not spoil your controller code. So maybe you can look this up. But that's a more advanced example, right? So you can also have, so remember, so imagine we have a for iteration that we want to iterate over something, right? And in this scenario, I have a paginate API in the background. So I need to only can grab like 20 items, and then I need to make another request to load another 20 items. And you will potentially find stuff that it's written like function star. And there's a keyword like yield that has been introduced with 2018. And I can actually write my own iterators, or async iterators. So what this basically does, it looks a bit like magic, but it basically grabs the API and do the calls, and every time it gets something, it calls yield, right? And whenever it yields something, basically I can access this in my iteration function. So from the outside, it's just I'm iterating over all the stuff that the method finds, and I'm totally unaware from the outside what's going on inside, right? And here I do some magic, like again, I'm iterating over paginated stuff, but that's totally transparent. So that's, again, like super cool stuff I can do with it. And that's basically combining many of the things that are around with newer or with modern JavaScript. So yeah, how to learn more. That's just the peak of the iceberg, right? And there are tons of good articles out there. So if you just start searching for ECMAScript specific version, you will get nice blog posts explaining like what are the new features, how they can be used, and that's super cool. There's a very, very good site that I want to explicitly mention. That's the Modern JavaScript tutorial, which basically has a list, and it's really, really good. Again, you should use ChatGPT, Copilot, and other AI technology. So if you ask ChatGPT about a certain functionality, it will have a really good explanation for this. There are also online courses, right? They're not specific to UI5, but they are very good at explaining the basics of JavaScript. And there are also some books around. So there's this Clean UI5 book, which is pretty good. It's pretty up to date. It's from like 2020. Excuse me. And yeah, it contains also very, very good stuff on modern JavaScript. And I haven't read the latter one, like the UI5 framework stuff from Marius and Volker. I'm not sure if it will cover, but I would think it would actually mention modern stuff as well. Okay. Yes, so I have two closing wishes. The first one is that I hope that you kind of get inspired, because I wanted to show you, look, you don't have to wait for TypeScript to come around. Even with JavaScript, you can and you should apply modern JavaScript principles to your applications. So I hope you choose, if you're not already on that train or on that track, you should actually start doing this. And my wish number two, and this will basically address the core team, please update the documentation with this, right? So you mentioned it, like you want to introduce and use latest ECMAScript versions, and that's really important. That's really, really important. Because again, so when we have young developers joining our team, and I'm going to send them over to the otherwise very good documentation, because we have all the samples, all the stuff there, I need to tell them, please don't look closely at the JavaScript, because that's like not so modern anymore. All right, so I have a minute left. All right, so with that, I am actually done with my talk.
Thank you, Mike Zashka from P36.
Very good.
Have you ever thrown a microphone?
not thrown, but maybe I can I kick it?
Then
No.
it's your first time.
I played
Happy
soccer.
birthday.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
So, what are your questions? What are you interested in?
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Mike.
I was wrong about your age, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. And thank you for the presentation. It was really nice and I think very important for everyone. I do have one question where I would like your opinion about it, and it's the underscore for private variables in a class. I think in JavaScript it still makes sense, but would it still make sense when you have TypeScript where you define it really as a private property?
So I didn't get the last part.
So for private properties in a class, now you used underscore. But when you're using TypeScript, you already use the private syntax. Would it then make sense to use the underscore in front of it?
I actually most of the time only use TypeScript these days, and I don't use underscores because I mean if you're at design time and you define things as private, you don't have access to them as well, right?
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Okay.
I would like to throw to someone.
Now it's yours. Who's next?
Okay, then maybe I can. Oh, okay, there's one.
Which one first?
So, thanks for the talk. I'm not from SAP UI5 core team, so I'm not triggered in any way. But don't you think that a lot of stuff you showed has real trade-offs regarding credibility, especially if you mentioned that we have a lot of developers who are, let's say, basically ABAP developers, because I know a lot of stuff from dealing with Rust and so on, but stuff like the structuring is maybe for a lot of people just like Chinese, and they will not understand code base if you later with them with newer, let's say, JavaScript features. And there are also contrary movements, let's say, in programming languages like with Go, where they say a lot of the stuff is actually not really needed to write code, and it has real trade-offs. And what's your opinion on that?
So I'm not sure if I fully get your question, but you meant that
so,
some aspect of this are there, but you should not use it because it...
No, it's just for, I don't know, I mean, technically I'm on you, and it is a shame that our examples are still littered with var, for example. So there is no real need to use it. But for a lot of newer stuff like the structuring, it's useful, but it also makes code really, let's say, harder to read, especially for people who are not dealing with JavaScript on a daily basis. They are not maybe mainly UI5 developers, but look sometimes into the code base and deal mainly with ABAP, for example, so stuff like that. And I don't know, I mean, I like arrow functions, but on the other side, I often see that they are harder to read, and code bases which are littered with filter map reduce are really harder to debug, at least for me.
Yes, I would kind of agree with this. I can understand your concern about this, but on the other hand, I mean, it's there, right? And so, and it's also used in many other places than UI5 already. So, yeah, I mean, you're using function as well because you know they exist, and it's kind of a task that's up to you, like to stay up to date with the latest stuff. Again, so I know this stuff because I'm using this on a daily basis, but I had my hard time. I had also my hard time getting used to TypeScript, for example, right? And you working full time with no types and then having types around, it's like, whoa, I'm totally blocked and I cannot continue. But you should actually look into this and you should learn this. And once you get used to them, it's like, I don't write functions anymore. I only write arrow functions because they're so much nicer to read and to write. So yeah, I see the issue here. That's basically the motivation for me to stand here, because I see there's a huge gap between the people that are doing fancy stuff and all the cool stuff and the people from the on-premise upper world that like, I don't know what's going on here, right? Okay, so maybe I can, as a last question, who is using those modern JavaScript principles as of today? Okay, so that's quite a lot, but also like 40% or so, like not. So that's pretty interesting.
I think we had one more question here, or next to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the talk. It was really interesting. And I'm coming from the other side, like I'm a JavaScript developer, and now I'm trying to get my foot into this UI5 thingy. And first looking at the documents, I was also a bit surprised, let's say like this, about the code style, like all the old JavaScript code. And as you mentioned in your slides, is it worked on like from the core team on the documentation? Is it going to be changed, or I don't know, where's the roadmap there?
Actually, since I'm not from the core team, I cannot comment on this. But I mean, there are solid reasons, like there's backwards compatibility reasons and stuff like this. So it's not they just don't want to do this. They had a reason for this. But actually, they mentioned like in the Keynote. I don't know if you have been part of the Keynote, that there's this version 2 coming up. I've actually talked to Peter on this, and I think they're working on things. And even with TypeScript around, I think if they are going to start doing everything new, I don't know, they potentially might also do this for TypeScript. But yeah, I hope they will come up with this soon. Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. Oh, yeah, that's easier.
Hello. Yeah, I'm a new developer using UI5 by SAP, but I have like background in other different languages, C#, Java, and multiple things. The question is, I was scared by what you've shown.
You scared?
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, because somebody read a book in a Udemy training for me. I understood what you read, what you showed us. The problem is it's scary for new developers. It's not like understandable at all. If I am a Java developer and I see like what you've showed us, yeah, it shortens and makes more possibility to make a better implementation of a code or maybe advanced concepts. But as a starter, it's not helping for me, especially if the documentation not yet adapted, like the question there. How and what you recommend us as new joiners, let's say?
I explicitly, especially the latter examples, I choose them because I thought maybe there are some experienced people around, and I just don't want. I want to have something like fancy to impress them, also, or to keep them in the room. So that's stuff that is really complex, right? Most of the stuff, so using let and const and getting used to use arrow functions, that's simple stuff, right? And you should use it. And I mean, even if you're coming from other programming languages, they evolve too, right? Java evolves and introduces new concepts. And I think the problem for UI5 in that area is that there's a huge gap, right? So from like 2015 to, that's like 8 years of features that need to hold up.
Now that's my challenge, because my team is using ES5 version of code. And now when I learn from somebody else, they are using 22 version. And I need to roll back the whole knowledge and find the old documentations, or maybe the ones provided by the UI5 documentation. That's very challenging for us. Even to start, it's very challenging for us.
Yes, but I mean, the starting thing is, that's a thing. Maybe hopefully the UI5 team will find something to get you started on this. But you can start small, right? You don't need to. You can code the stuff that you do the way and just introduce new stuff on the fly. So that's
thank you.
So time-wise, I think we called it a day. Thank you for your questions. I'm going to pick that up soon. Mike, I forgot to mention that you were talking also at the UI5ers Live in May. Am I correct?
I did, yes.
Will you be there tomorrow for the recap event as well?
I will be there, but not as a speaker.
Okay, but then you're still around, so people can approach you. That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
So now we have a little break, but please be back at 12. So you might think, oh, 12 o'clock, I'm hungry, let's get lunch. But we have lunch until 2 p.m., so be wise and get there later. To not miss Florian Vogt and Merlin Beutelberger. And they will tell you how they replace their legacy built infrastructure with UI5 tooling. Also, I got a question in the chat where to get these cool t-shirts from. So if you're a staff and if you're a speaker, I think so, you get the t-shirts. Mike, where's your t-shirts? Did you get one? Mike, did you get a t-shirt? Yes, perfect. So if you want to get a t-shirt and you want to be a speaker and you think like, hey, I want to rock the stage as Mike just did, you can go to the webpage. Below the People tab, you will find Margot Wolny. So please spam her email, send her greetings, and be part of UI5con next year as a speaker or as a sponsor. So we're still looking for that. And then you also get a t-shirt. And yeah, enjoy your short break and be back at 12. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to UI5con 2023, and I'm your moderator. My name is Janina. Also, warm welcome to the people dialed in our live stream. Happy to have you here as well. I wonder, have you ever asked yourself how to replace your legacy built infrastructure with UI5 tooling? If so, you will get the answer today. And we have invited Florian Vogt and Merlin Beutelberger. They both are developers in the UI5 core foundation team. They're taking care of UI5 tooling and fundamental parts of the UI5 framework. So please give a round of applause for Florian and Merlin.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Merlin Beutelberger, and together with Florian, we're going to show you a project we've been working on over the last year in the team, how we replaced our legacy build infrastructure for the UI5 framework with UI5 tooling. And I'll start by explaining what we actually mean with this. What is this build infrastructure? It's basically the production of the SAP UI5 product. So as many of you probably know, SAP UI5 is a product of SAP. And with that, we have to deliver it to multiple channels. For example, ABAP, Java. We publish it to the CDN, NPM, many other platforms where you can find and use UI5. This means we have to produce all these artifacts for these platforms for over 70 or for 70 libraries right now, maintained by over 400 developers. So this is quite a big project. And the production basically means optimizing or bringing the resources of all these libraries in shape for use on your clients, like for customers in the client and the browser. So we bundle resources to optimize the performance. We minify resources, create source maps for improved debugging. We compile themes, of course, and we produce a lot of additional metadata files for various tools or things like the demo kit or API reference, MTA builds, or the NPM consumption with the UI5 tooling. I'm going to show you, or here I want to explain what kind of tools we have available for building UI5. So first we have what we call Java UI5 build. And most of you might not know this because it's an SAP internal technology. It was actually the first tool that the team came up with, and you'll see more about this in a second. Then we have the Grunt UI5 tooling, or the Grunt tooling, which more of you probably are familiar with because it was the first open source solution for building UI5 applications and libraries. And then we have the UI5 tooling, which hopefully everyone knows now because it's our current standard offering and solution for building and developing UI5 applications and libraries. Just to give you some perspective on the timeline here, in 2013, the team started working on this UI5 or this Java UI5 build tool. It was the first solution to build and produce the framework. So it was mainly used by the framework itself, SAP UI5 and OpenUI5. As you know, OpenUI5 is part of SAP UI5, so everything we talk about here also affects OpenUI5 to some degree. So it was used for the framework, but also for SAP internal applications and libraries, of course. But there was no offering for the outside world. This only changed in 2014 when OpenUI5 was open sourced, and with that we introduced this Grunt tooling. And you'll hear more about that in a second. Then in 2018, we first released the first version of UI5 tooling. And this so we positioned it as a successor of the Grunt tooling. So many projects that were using Grunt tooling then switched over to UI5 tooling. And also SAP internal projects, some already chose Grunt over the Java build. They switched to UI5 tooling, so it became the new standard there. But internally, especially for the framework, we still use the Java UI5 build because it had way more features, even than the UI5 tooling back then. But we worked very hard in the team to close this gap and to add all the missing features to UI5 tooling. So last year, the team was able to replace or to move the framework build from this Java UI5 build to UI5 tooling. And this is basically what we'll talk about in this talk. So to add some more details on these three tools, we have them side by side here. First, we have the Java UI5 build. As the name suggests, it's written in Java. It's basically a set of plugins for the Maven task runner or build tool. Very popular from Java projects, but also used for various other projects. And back then, it was chosen to be used for the UI5, for building the UI5 framework. And we actually still use it today. We stick to it. But these plugins, that's what we talk about here. That's how we built UI5. It's a proprietary solution developed by colleagues in the UI5 team and got never open sourced, so it was only available inside SAP. The Grunt tooling is, as I said, the first open source solution. It was based on the back then very popular Grunt task runner. Basically, it's a set of tasks for this task runner that are UI5 specific, like creating component preload or library preload bundles or compiling the less themes. But it had a very limited feature set. It was basically just what I just mentioned, while the Java build had way more features. And then this changed with UI5 tooling, where we had a first open source solution that we by now have with all the features of the Java UI5 build. And this is, since it's open source, you can just use it. You can have all these features that we had in the framework. And then, of course, we now want to use it in the framework too. So actually, the Grunt tooling we deprecated earlier this year. So this is out of the picture now, which leaves us with these two big tools, the Java UI5 build and UI5 tooling. Which leaves me, or which moves up to the question why we wanted to migrate. So of course, having these two tools naturally doesn't make sense to maintain both at the same time. Whenever we want to add something to the build that we want to use in the framework, for example, or that we want to offer for applications, we have to implement it in both of these tools. That's a lot of effort, especially since it's two different technologies. So we also need expertise for both of these technologies in the team. Then, also since the Java UI5 build has been around for so long, we have a lot of old tools in there. Especially the parser does not understand modern ECMAScript. So it's limited to ECMAScript 5. And this is actually one of the main reasons why the framework itself could not use modern ECMAScript for the longest time. This actually only changed this week. So yeah, I hope this answers the question that Mike rose in the talk right before this one. So yeah, and of course also we wanted to improve performance for the build, because building 70 libraries takes a lot of time, and whatever improvement we can have there, we want. And also, we have this great tool, the UI5 tooling, an open source solution that also gets like improvements from the community. We want to use it ourselves, of course. And you will see later other benefits of this. So for us, it was clear we want to migrate the framework build from Java UI5 build to UI5 tooling to ultimately then also deprecate the Java UI5 build and don't have to maintain it anymore and fully focus on UI5 tooling. And this sounds easy, especially since we already said we had the same features in UI5 tooling, but was the result actually the same? So that was the big question for us and kind of the challenge that we had to solve first. We had to make sure that the build result stays the same, because otherwise we might cause all sorts of issues for a lot of people. So first, we had to get the build running. And this is a small part of the architecture of the framework build, of this production build. And this part that I highlighted here, that's what the Java UI5 build consists of. As I said, it's a set of plugins for Java. And you can see the different plugins. So some is responsible for the theme build, some is for optimizing, minifying files. There's one for bundling. And first we had to replace this with UI5 tooling to still have the Maven build around, because it does a lot of useful things, but replace this inner part with UI5 tooling. And this is what it looked like in the end. We just have this one plugin that basically just executes a UI5 build. And this is really great, because UI5 build I can also execute on my local machine. And I know how to configure this, because I understand the YAML configuration. And yeah, this was really a big step for us to be able to have this in the framework build, and then being able to compare these two builds so we can execute them both and compare what they create. And this is exactly where I hand over to Florian.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Merlin. My name is Florian, and I'm happy to share with you today how we get it on the road and how we get a working mode to get it run. So we have now these two both builds. We have the Java one, the Java old UI5 build, and we have the UI5 tooling build. And now the question was, is the build result the same, and how we can find a working model to get these both aligned. And that was the birthday of the comparison tool, which is a sub-internal tool which we developed, or which we had an idea to develop, to compare these both builds and see where are the gaps, which we already know that there are gaps, and might be there other gaps which we not know before. And that was our basic concept, how we want to tackle them. And now let me share our insights, how we then finally solved that. So we have an internal Garrett system to where we create new changes, updates, and every time a developer creates a new change and he wants to change something in the code base, we trigger in the background 2 new jobs in the Jenkins instance, and we trigger an old build and a new one, and in the end we produce build artifacts. So that's the typical output you already know when you perform UI5 build, and then we take this build artifacts, there is a little massage on it that we can easier compare them, and then in the end we finally compare both outputs. Comparison means in that case we have a look, are there new files, are there missing files, so on that level, and also on the file content level we look, is there some difference inside of a file, so we do a simple text diff, and we have also special comparison for special files, for example, the manifest.json, which is a special UI5 file. We have better differences detection to see where this content differs. And with that, so we have, in the end, we have then this huge comparison output, and this output is, we call it a snapshot, so we store these differences in one file, and this file contains all the differences which we have. And as you already talked about, we have some known differences where we know that UI5 tooling is better than the old one, and to be good or better, we know that it's a known difference, and that's the reason why we have to align, we have to check which is a known difference and which is a new one which just came up. And that's the reason why we have an SAP internal GitHub repository where we store our expected differences in a branch, and in the default branch of this repository, and we have the new differences which came up every time when a new change is generated or a new change is created, and then we compare these both. So we cleaned up now the differences which we found between both builds. We removed the one which we already know before, and then there's hopefully a small or non-diff anymore. But if there's a diff, then we create a branch in this GitHub repository, create a pull request. If this is a new diff, and if this is not a new diff, for example, it could be, in the past happens often, that some developer is coding something, and then in the first patch set it caused the difference, and then in the second patch set he said, oh, I did something wrong and I changed the configuration, and then another build is triggered, and then the diff is gone. In that case, we then close automatically the pull request, and in the case that the diff appears the first time, we create a pull request, and if we detect that this difference appears in other changes too, then we search over the existing PRs and mark the one which is the original one with the change that causes the issue also. So that was the whole automatic processing of the way how we work on that one, and only then we have to do something manually. So that was everything automated. Now we can do something actually, and in that case we have 3 kinds of actions to do. So either we had a look on these PRs which contains the diff and identify the diff, hey, that's exactly what we expect and we want to have, because we have changed something in tooling and we have made something better. Then we merge this PR and the expected differences is going to be updated. Or we say, oh, that's something what we did wrong, we have to update our build configuration. So in the end, then we change our build configuration, or we even saw a gap in the UI5 tooling and we have to enhance the UI5 tooling. So that was really an iterative process, and we did that over months to get on the stage where we were able to to find a situation where we know now we are safe, on the safe side. So this one is just the 2 screenshots how it looks like in real in this GitHub repository, where the bot opens this PR and gives us a background which change caused the difference, and also gives us the 2 builds, which there we can have a look in the build output, look manually into it, and as a changed file we have this diff. So that was the kind of working mode. And on the right side you see just a typical PR which we have. So the bot then informs us, hey, this diff appears again on another change. And it was a lot of time that we got flooded because changes merged. And then we have to decide if it's now a real bug or it's a real difference or not. And in the end, when we decide, hey, yeah, that's something what tooling makes better, we approved it and we merged it, and that's it. So that was a really powerful tool. And yeah, in the end, summer last year, almost 1 year over, we finally make the switch. And it was really a tough time, and we were really happy about that time. And in the end, it just worked. so we are really happy, and we really celebrated that because no issues appeared, and that was an awesome step for the team. And we were really happy, and it was huge. So what we learned at that time, this comparison tool was definitely a game changer. Before we had the feeling it's quite hard to tackle such a huge migration without this comparison, without disruption on the production side or for you as an end user. And also this, we call it fail early and often, but in the end it's not a failing, it was just that we get notified early, because every time the developer changed something, we get notified. And the developer does not merge it, it's just he opted the change. So we can really tackle issues before they got active in the code base and affects other users. So that was really a game changer. Also that after migration, we really did not really get critical issues. It was smooth phase, and that was really something what we learned also, that with a good preparation you can tackle such a smooth transition. But the scope was really hard to plan. So when we started this project, we thought about, okay, how long we will take for that process, and it was really hard to estimate. Before we had a compare tool, when we had a compare tool, it was still hard because we have to identify how long we will take for which step to align, and that was really something also that for huge projects it's hard to estimate. So what are our future steps? So as you might remember the slide from Merlin, in the beginning we have this chart with the different layers, so which parts, which apps, libraries are using which build. And the missing part is now that there are still some sub-internal apps which are still using the Java UI5 build. And now it's the goal for us to go in a conversation with them and to offer them a possibility to use also the other UI5 tooling build. And with that, we have one single solution for all builds inside of the UI5 application infrastructure on our side. And that's really an important step forward. Also, what is a general topic for us is to keep the UI5 tooling as slim as possible. So we don't want to blow it up and to make it a more monolithic code base. So we want to keep it slim, only the building, a little server task, but in the end it should stay slim. And for that we have created the UI5 tooling extensions repository, which is available at the SAP GitHub org, which includes every standard UI5 tooling extension provided by us, by the UI5 tooling team, by SAP, and which is also maintained by us. And currently this is one package is currently inside of that, which is the UI5 code coverage middleware. That's the middleware which enables the tooling to provide you code coverage for ES6+ tests. So if you write ES6+ code and you want to have code coverage in your browser, then that's the tool for you to use. And said that, thanks a lot for your time, and we are looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. Florian. Thank you, Florian. Thank you, Merlin. So maybe we take 1 or 2 questions, because I know you're also at the show floor at 1:45. And did you bring your fan club with you? Because there was a quite big cheering at the beginning.
Yeah, didn't know that.
So what would you like to know more? Here, that's for
Whoa,
you.
that's far.
I don't do that.
That's far. I try my best.
Yeah?
Almost.
So we have a question at the back row.
Transition to the UI5 tooling, are you still running the comparison tool? Because you said that, or in the timeline, we saw that the Java tooling is still used by some projects, and so now you could use it in reverse to detect when there is something new in the UI5 tooling to also implement it in the Java tooling.
I can take that. Yeah, that's a good idea, but actually we just don't really want to touch the Java UI5 tooling anymore. Okay. We don't use it for the framework build anymore, and that's what we use the comparison tool for. So now it's only used for applications, and we don't really touch it, so we just let it run as is. Maybe we'll use it again to their transition to UI5 tooling, but that's to be seen, maybe. Thank you for the question.
So if you need a few more minutes maybe to rethink what you heard, to come up with questions, you can meet them both at the show floor, UI5 tooling at 1:45. Thank you, Florian. Thank you, Merlin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have a very short break, and we continue at 12:30 with VDI5 Can Do That with Volker. He's already getting ready. And I know it's lunchtime, but we have lunch till 2 p.m. So just stick with us and be back at 12:30. Hallo.
Ja, ich nehme es jetzt einfach mit. Machen es noch an, verdammt.
Geht's dir gut? Hello everyone, welcome to UI5con 2023. My name is Janina and I'm your moderator for today. Also greetings to the live stream because we also have people dialed in remotely. So now Volker Busek is here with me. He is from the company J&R Soft, who is also a gold sponsor of UI5con 2023. And he is a development architect in SAP Mobility Land. And Volker, you have quite a hard time this month with events. So you've been to SAP DCOM, today UI5con, tomorrow is Recap. So it's quite a busy month for you, but great to have you here. So you will talk about VDI5 can do that. And I know that you would like to have a more interactive session. So we have you on stage, I will be in the audience. We have you asking questions. For the next, 20 minutes before we go to lunch. So the stage is yours. Please welcome with me, Volker Busek.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so mic works. Hi everyone. You guess you know me, this is the usual contact details, but I'd like to already teaser that the book is out. So you see, in the very last line of the slide, I just got confirmation today it's available for sale, and there's going to be a discount code on the last slide. And this session is also going to be different, so I'm going to code live all the time, and if you have questions, just ask them. And Janina will throw the cube as good as possible, yeah? So straight away, interrupt me if you want to know something. How many of you know VDI5 and have used it? Quick hands up. So, okay, only about half, then we need to do this. I'm sorry for those. It's pronounced VDI5, that's right, even though it's spelled WDI5, and its official NPM name is WDIO UI5 service. All right, this is SAP, guys. Know what I'm saying? We're bad with names anyway, so. VDI5 is an extension to WebDriver IO, and the name of the NPM module denotes that already. It needs to be named that way so it can hook into WebDriver IO at runtime. And what it does is it runs in the Node.js scope. Once you start it, it uses the UI5 record replay API, injects UI5 into the application, or VDI5 into the application under test, then does all the calls necessary, retrieves the results, and displays it in Node.js land. So this is twofold, yeah? You have a runtime in Node.js, and you have a runtime in the browser scope. And that's also why you need a web server of sorts and the VDI5 runtime. So usually you'd use UI5 tooling or the UI5 tooling for this to run your UI5 app, but you can use any kind of web server, obviously. And then VDI5 itself needs to be run and pulls the data, as I said. What are we going to look at today? First of all, network throttling. So I have a pretty basic UI5 application here. It consists of 2 views. And when I navigate to the other view, there's some loading time. You see a brief loading indicator, and then it pulls data from an OData v4 service, binds it to a list, and displays the list. So this is a minimal example, but in the field, I'd assume that some operations in your UI5 app are pretty network dependent. So you might want to test for that prior to releasing the app to make sure that it's actually as robust as possible. How do you do that with VDI5? So this is a regular VDI5 test that has no throttling done so far. So what, from just a runtime perspective, is this test doing? It goes to the other view that I've just navigated to, so this one. Then it retrieves the list. It retrieves the items from the list, and it makes sure that there's 9 items in the list. Pretty readable. So for those new to VDI5, this is the main interface that you use, browser.asControl. It calls into the UI5 application, selects a certain control, and retrieves that result back. And then you can operate on that retrieved result subsequently. A little magic behind the scenes enables you to use all UI5 APIs on the retrieve control. So there's an API alignment between the regular UI5 browser scope that you're used to and VDI5 here. And that also works with managed objects. So you can retrieve bindings and do operations on bindings as well. So let me run this. I have a regular console open here, and I have a little NPM script in here that says VDI5. So all it does, it uses the WDIO CLI, and it runs a certain configuration file. So if I do npm run VDI5, then config is loaded, browser starts, the list is hit, it waits until the whole thing loads, and then the test is done, essentially. So now how were you to simulate throttling on this? So I prepared this, and I'm going to walk over the code with you in a second. So look at this. There's two things to mark. So first, I use a library called Marky to actually mark runtime stats, so we can look at stuff, how long it takes. And then there's the single command browser.throttle. And that's it, essentially. So at any point in time, you can throttle the network throughput to a certain predefined selector, such as good 2G, but you can input milliseconds of latency as well, so this is just a predefined set. Now let's look at how this looks at runtime. I'm just going to run the test again, and it's doing the same thing, so it calls up the other page, now puts on the throttling, and you can already see it takes time until the UI5 application loads, naturally, because we're at 2G now. Then you can see the loading indicator loads way longer than before because we have less throughput. And how would you now check that? Well, okay, let's look at the numbers first. Oh, we can't look at the numbers yet because I'm going to show you something that enables us to look at the numbers. See this little, oh, I've got to make it bigger. See this little --debug slash I'm providing to VDI5 there? So that is another configuration option, so no code option for the runtime. And it's not VDI5 specific, it's not UI5 specific, but it is browser specific. So I'm using Chrome here for my tests. And you can see, because we're still in Node.js land, I'm just checking whether there's a debug flag at runtime provided to VDI5, and I do certain operations depending on this. So here, for example, I turn on the verbose error logging, I increase timeouts, and most important, you're going to see it down here, I auto open the development tools once the browser starts. So let me show you. And now this is interesting because you can look at the network panel too and see how the requests actually run and how slow or fast they run. You see it takes again longer to load because we're in 2G now. And then the test is done. And now you can read actually the runtimes that we've put out here. So here it's loading time with throttling took 14 seconds until the whole data binding that we are checking for over here is done. So this is just the straight logger here. Why am I showing this to you? Well, first of all, you should make the app more robust if you're in low latency scenarios. But then also, why don't you make the runtime, the network throughput, a definition of done in whatever backlog item software you use? So, we've more come to the practice to say, okay, we're throttling stuff, we're putting in metrics anyway, and then we need to make sure that the data is provided for sure in this amount of time. So this is more of a back-end kind of a thing, but still we measure it at the front end, how long it takes until the data arrives, and we make this a definition of done criterion. The second thing we're going to look at, what's the time, 10 more minutes, is mobile emulation. So how can you, well, you can run VDI5 on any kind of device as well. So there's certain device testing clouds that the colleagues from Neptune, by the way, are going to show today. So you better watch their talk. They're running VDI5 on a browser stack. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do this locally here and emulate an iPad. And the interesting stuff here is, I'll take out the throttle so it doesn't take too long. The interesting stuff here is, again, it's only a configuration matter, so you do not change any test code. And what you do is you provide, again, the browser with a mobile emulation flag. And in my case, I chose the iPad mini. And then if you run the test again, I'll keep it, oops, sorry, I'll keep it with the debug flag so we can look at other stuff. I'm going to show you in a second. You can see already that the width of the application is smaller, so Chrome goes into mobile emulation mode. And now let's take this slower so you can actually see stuff. And I can show you something else as well. So in VDI5, you can use native Visual Studio Code debugging capabilities. So I started a debug terminal here already prior to the session, JavaScript debug terminal. And if I'm in the test itself, and I'm just putting a breakpoint somewhere, the test will halt at that point. And that gives us both the opportunity to, well, of course, see that debugging works, but then also to see that the browser here halts and you can see the smaller rendering screen or the smaller rendering size of the application emulating an iPad in landscape mode. It's also funny that, of course, you can see what CSS styles are applied. Is that readable somewhere in the back? I hope so. So you can also see that, yeah, so special CSS styles are applied because UI5 thinks we're running on an iPad. OK, I'll just continue this. So another thing that, as I said, you can use at test time to do mobile emulation of any sorts. What kind of devices can you emulate? You'll find this when you start the browser of your choice, and there are the debug tools. You can see if you hit this, and then the mobile emulation spits out what devices are supported on your machine. So on the Mac, this is the usual stuff. On Windows, it might be different. So all these you can put in as strings, and it'll use and pick that up as mobile emulation. The third thing I want to show you, was actually done by a community member. So this wasn't done by the core contributors. Philipp Thiele, are you here by any chance? Hands up? No? So Philipp, I think a colleague from SAP, he all of a sudden this huge pull request came in. And first I didn't really get what he was trying to do, but then after we talked a little, I got the idea. And what he's done is he's implemented a wormhole of sorts. And I don't know how better to describe it. If you look at the code, it makes more sense, I think. So if I fold this here, and I'll show you what it looks like. So to use the wormhole, you select any kind of control in the UI5 application. In my case, I'm just selecting the plain top-level main view. So in case you don't believe me, the selector for the main view is just, it's the page with ID page, and this is the view. Then once you have that reference of sorts to any control in UI5 land, you can call exec on that control, and then just run an arbitrary amount of browser-side code in the UI5 application. So as you can see, SAP UI get configuration has nothing to do with Node.js. It's UI5 standard. And what I'm doing here is I'm setting the page orientation from left to right. And let's put breakpoints here so you can actually see stuff. So yeah, we only need this test. So now this is the point in time that the page has been retrieved from the context. So this is just my mouse pointer. And then I'm just going to run the next step, and I hope I'm quick enough, not that much. But you can see that the orientation changed from left to right. See, the arrow is the other way around. And the icon has changed from right to left, and so on and so forth. So you get the idea. You can execute any kind of code, even though you're running in Node.js in the browser scope. And that, of course, is really, really, really helpful when you want to have very expensive operations done in the test itself. Think of a really long list where you want to iterate over every list item and pull some information out. If you were to do this in Node.js, so with VDI5 standard, it takes a long time because of all the round trips. But if you're here in browser scope already, you know, this is way faster. And the result of this can actually be assigned to any variable. So you could do like result, const result equals something, and then return that result. And this result will then be assigned to the what variable, and you can further iterate on this. So very handy, and I think there's no better way to describe this as a wormhole from Node.js into browser scope. So, and the last part I'm going to show you, because then I think time's already up or almost up, is WebDriver BiDi, BD. I do not know exactly how to pronounce that. What is that? I have opened simply the specification webpage for this. So it's a new automation protocol, or it's not really new, but it's another automation protocol that is used for driving browsers remotely, so just as VDI5 does. And the big advantage of this is you do not have to choose between WebDriver Classic, as we're doing right now, or the Chrome DevTools protocol. Both are supported by VDI5, but the future is there's only WebDriver BiDi, and this is supported by all major browser vendors and by all standardization, let's say, organizations. So this is going to be the future. They're heavy under work implementing this. And WebDriver supports it already, and VDI5 supports it also. Now, how can you make use of this, and where does it actually make sense? If you look at this code, I'll have to run you through this. So the overall idea is you do not need any mocking functionality anymore to natively access any kind of element in the browser, including the browser console. So what I'm doing here is, with the help of the WebDriver BiDi protocol, which is enabled by simply adding this one configuration option, WebSocket URL true, into the capabilities of the browser that you want to remote control. And then it allows you to send certain commands to the browser and receive results. And you can bind on the message that comes back. So here, if you look at first down at line 46, there's hello BiDi at UI5con. And I'm executing a console log. So this is client-side code, browser-side code again. But I get access to this via this browser send and browser on message functionality. So if you've done automation before, it's a big hassle to retrieve console log messages from the browser. And if we are, I'm putting a breakpoint here, and if I run that thing now, again in debug mode, so you see the console right away, you'll notice that, yeah, it's really fast, by the way, too. If you look at the console, there's hello BiDi at UI5con 23. Can you read this in the back? I hope. So hello BiDi at UI5con 23. And at the same time, you have the browser console log down here in Node.js scope. And this will be a big deal. It's not yet finished, but it will be. And as you've seen, too, it's really, really, really fast. So let me run this through and then run the whole thing again, just without any debugging capability. And so you get a feeling for the speed you're to expect. So that's how fast it is. That's way faster than before. Well, anyway, how can you use the new BiDi functionality? You can use it with VDI5 2.0. So we're currently at 1.5 in the major version, and this morning I published 2.0, the first alpha. And this includes not only the WebDriver BiDi support, but also full WebDriver V8 compatibility. So you'll no more be limited by the WebDriver v7 stuff. It's not yet ready, I'd say, for prime use. I know some friends from the community have seen the commits in Git, and they've already tried it out. And migration, I think, was easy, at least they said. So expect a non-breaking major change in the near future to be released. And by the way, before we close out with Q&A, if there are any Qs, I'd like to once again say I came up with VDI5 initially 3 years ago, but there were many helping hands from the community to make it into the tool that it is today. And it is an open source tool, and it lives by and from the community, not by me, not by any other single contributor. It's an us effect. And there's a steering committee that meets every now and then to decide on the next steps. And there's many members of them even here. One of them is Konstantin, for example. Stand up, man. And Nico Schönthal from SAP as well. Are you here by any chance? No? So there's members from SAP and members from the community that together form the future of the tool. And I think that's the right way to go. Thanks.
Any questions?
No? Then let's go eat.
I think they're all hungry. Thank you, Volker. So if you think now, I can't get enough of Volker, I want to see him again, then you're lucky if you're joining in Recap tomorrow, because he will be here, same building, same stage. So you will be at the AUDIMAX at 10:30 for process-driven software development. With, and the rest I cannot. What is it? BPMN, DMNN, CAP. So you see, I'm not a technical person. So this was it from my side. Thank you, Volker. This was, yeah. Yeah, I think, Volker, you will be around for questions and...
Anytime. Yeah, just hit me up. I'll be around all day.
Do you already have a lunch date?
With you?
Not with me, but maybe with some of those guys and ladies.
I think, yeah.
So be quick. Thank you, everyone. That was it from my side. I'm done for today. It was a pleasure.
By the way, no, wait. Yeah, we didn't talk about this. Screw it anyway. Oh, yeah, there's a SAP Build Work Zone support coming up, by the way. And the discount code. But you need to purchase it via Springer link. I've never heard of the shop before, honestly. So
is there a discount code?
Yeah, that's the one.
Ah, that's it. Oh, great.
20% off, you cheap.
Yes.
No.
Thank you, Volker. Yeah, it was a great time being here with you. My moderation time is over. You've been a great audience also online. So very nice seeing you being nice to each other. We will see you around. Be back at 2 and have a great lunchtime. Thank you.